Morning and welcome to the Mississippi Board of Nursing. Before we begin, I'm going to ask Dr. Baskin to lead us in prayer.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you this morning for awakening us and allowing us to make it to this place safely, Lord. We ask that you continue to watch over us, Lord, and watch over the citizens and the
Before we begin, I'm going to ask Dr. Baskin to lead us in prayer.
citizens of the state of Mississippi, Lord, and those practicing in the state, Lord. We ask you just to make sure that things are done in order today and that we all leave with peace and knowing that we did the right thing, Lord. That's all using your blessing. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Dr. Baskin. The board is made up of 13 members, 7 RNs, 4 LPNs, 1 physician, 1 consumer. Today, we are a 3-member panel of the board. We do not have an alternate for today. At this time, I would ask that our board members introduce themselves, beginning to my left.
Dr. LaWanda Baskin.
Janelle Moody, RN.
Sandra Culpepper.
Diane Clanton.
And at this time, I would like to ask the Attorney General to lead us forward.
Good morning, everyone. Today's date is October the 7th, 2025, and the time is 8:42 a.m. We are present today in the office of the Mississippi Board of Nursing, located at 713 South Fair Orchard Road in Ridgeland, Mississippi. I'll call the first matter to the docket. That will be in the matter of Jacob Pittman, license number R898629, case number 2025-0021. My name is Pamela Ratliff. I'm a Special Assistant Attorney General, and I'll be serving as the hearing officer in today's proceedings. My role during the course of the proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties and to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with all applicable rules and laws. This is an administrative proceeding, and it is not a court of law, so the formal rules of evidence and civil procedure that you see on TV and your shows will not apply. I may use those, however, if ruling on objections to motions, but again, I'm not bound by either. I know you just heard the board members introduce themselves, but for the record, I'll have the hearing panel introduce themselves. As Ms. Culpepper stated, there will not be an alternate. The hearing panel usually sets as a panel of 3 with 4 with 1 as an alternate, but we will have a panel of 3. Dr. Baskin is sitting here as an observer. She will not be interacting with the discussions or the decisions in this matter. She's merely observing the proceedings. For the record, will the board members on the hearing panel please introduce themselves?
Janelle Moody, RN.
Sandra Culpepper, LPN.
Janie Clanton, RN.
Will the attorney for the Board of Nursing introduce themselves for the record?
Alexis Morris.
And the licensee, Mr. Pittman, are you present?
Yes.
Okay.
I hit a button.
It should be on, just kind of push it in front of your face. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Pittman, I noticed you're here today. You're sitting there by yourself. Do you have an attorney?
No.
Since you are here without an attorney, I will ask you some questions before we proceed.
Sure.
You understand you have the right to have an attorney represent you today?
Yes. Cost too much money.
You understand you have the right to present witnesses to testify on your behalf?
Well, I called a week ago and asked what was expected with this hearing and wasn't given too much information, hence the fishing clothes. So just here in shorts and t-shirt here to try to get back to work.
But you understand you have the right to have witnesses testify?
I do now.
You have a right to have evidence or documents presented on your behalf?
I do now.
You understand you have the right to have the board subpoena, issue subpoenas for witnesses or documents if you needed them?
Well, I do now. So I'm being made aware of all this as we're speaking.
And Mr. Pittman, we're here today on a petition, I believe, to lift restrictions from you. It's your petition, correct?
Yes, I was just trying to find what was in order for me to get my license reactive to be able to go back to work.
Okay, so you understand that the outcome of today's hearing could adversely impact that ability to have your license returned to you?
I'm made aware of all this more clearly now.
Is it your desire to go forward today?
Do I have an option?
You can withdraw your petition if you wish to.
Well, I'm just trying to go back to work.
So is it your desire to proceed today without an attorney?
Yeah.
Okay,
Mhm.
all right. Do you have any witnesses that will be testifying other than yourself?
Any witnesses?
Yes, sir.
No.
Does the board have any witnesses? Okay. Mr. Pittman, since you're going to be testifying, I'll ask the court reporter to swear you in under oath.
Okay.
Right. Swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, we would like to enter into the record exhibits B1 through B8.
I have B9.
B9, excuse me, sorry, B9.
Pittman, have you looked at the exhibits that board council has proposed to introduce?
Somewhat.
Take your time, look over them. If you see, let me know if you have any objections to those being introduced into the record.
I did see private emails that were entered into a record.
Private emails between whom?
Apparently a Brandon Walker that I've never met in person or spoken with in person.
For those emails that you sent?
It's my email.
Okay. So do you have any objections to the exhibits coming in?
Let's see what we got. Somewhat just skimming through it, but no, not necessarily.
I'll have the board exhibits B1 through B9 marked and introduced into the record. Mr. Pittman, do you have any documents that you would like to present to the record?
Any documents?
Yes, sir.
No.
Okay. Mr. Pittman, this is not a disciplinary matter. This is a hearing on your request for your license reinstatement. The proceedings will go as follows. Both parties may provide opening statements. That's a brief summary of what you expect to show or what you're asking. Opening statements are persuasive. They are not evidence, so don't put your case in chief in opening statements. Since it's your petition, you have the burden of proof, so you will go first. You will put on any evidence or testimony as to why you think your license should be returned to you. The board attorney may cross-examine you. At that time, the board hearing panel may also question you. After you put on your case, then the board attorney may put on their case. You may cross-examine any witnesses that the board offers. The hearing panel may then question any witnesses also. Once both sides have rested, then you can make a closing statement. Both parties may. Again, that is persuasive. You do not have to do that. Should not be a whole restatement of the evidence. It should be a summary of what was shown or what you're requesting of the board. After that, the board will go into deliberations and will deliberate on the matter, and then will return their findings after their deliberation. A formal order will be issued within 45 days of today. All right, any questions?
Somewhat understanding.
All right, and if you would, the court reporter here is taking down everything we say. So when you speak clearly, make sure that it's, you articulate and don't nod your head or say, or
Yes, okay.
And then if you will, let whoever's questioning you or if you're questioning, let that comment stop before you say anything so that we're not over speaking.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Pittman, again, this is your request to appear before the board, so you will go first.
Well,
Opening statement.
my opening statement, well, I'm Jacob Pittman, been an RN for approximately 10 years. Worked in multiple fields from telemetry to emergency room. The hearing, originally was due to charting discrepancies at a hospital that I worked at in Laurel, Mississippi. That was ordered 3 or 4 years after I stopped working there while I was working in travel nursing as in Alexandria, Mississippi. I'm just trying to get my license back to go back to work. I mean, there was an original hearing. During the hearing, it was somewhat around the time of the pandemic. I was working in Alexandria, living in Hattiesburg, sold a place, sold a house. Financial constraints, attorneys cost $2,000 to $5,000 to be here. Yeah, just trying to get my whatever's entailed in order to go back to work.
Thank you. Does the board have an opening statement?
Yes. Okay, good morning again. We are here today because Mr. Pittman requested that his suspension be lifted and that his RN license be reinstated. As he previously stated, the respondent worked at South Central Regional Medical Center from November 1st, 2018 through December 8th, 2018. While there, he failed to account for approximately 31 narcotic medications and 3 non-narcotic medications that he dispensed via documentation of administration, waste, and/or return. The facility investigation found no evidence of impaired behavior or irregular dispensing of the controlled substances. However, the facility did ultimately terminate the respondent on or about December 20th of 2018. Mr. Pittman ultimately signed an ASP, which was approved by this panel on or about April 27th, 2021, which included the following penalties and stipulations. He was issued a formal reprimand, a stayed suspension, and that suspension was for a minimum of 90 days if he completed the following conditions with aspects of nursing course, a medication administration course, a documentation course, an evaluation for chemical dependency and substance abuse, a conference with his compliance officer, and he had to complete a compliance affidavit and start an Affinity Spectrum 360 account. Following that, the completion of those terms and conditions, Mr. Pittman was required to be on probation for a minimum of 24 months, to remain current and active, a single state license that also included employer reports, quarterly reports, prohibited areas of practice. He was also to abstain from addictive substances, drug screens, and there were other terms and conditions. Mr. Pittman failed to comply with that agreed order, and his license was ultimately suspended. And then as a result, his license expired in December of 2022 while he was still under the ASP. So as a result, he has not fulfilled the requirements of his original ASP. Under Part 2825, Rule 1.12 D5, Mr. Pittman does have the burden of proof to show why his suspension should be lifted in this case. In considering restoration of a revoked, surrendered, or suspended license, the board hearing panel may evaluate the following: the severity of the actions which resulted in the suspension, the conduct of the restoration subsequent to the revocation or suspension, compliance with all restorations requirements, if any, whether the respondent has been in violation of any other board rules or regulations, evidence of rehabilitative efforts, nursing competency, and whether or not the respondent is safe to practice nursing. That's all.
All right, Mr. Pittman, now it's your time to put on your case as to why the board should grant your request.
As to why the board should, could you say that again?
Grant your request, you're petitioning the board to reinstate your license.
Because I asked. Well, It sounds as if that they're implying that I'm on drugs. I've never failed a negative drug screening. At the time of South Central's implying that I took narcotics or did not chart the narcotics, I was working at Anderson's PRN, I believe, in the emergency room, and possibly Alexandria, Louisiana, as in the ER as well as a travel nurse. Uh, whenever what would be the correct terms, when they were asking me to do the affinity screening, I, they said I couldn't work as as a ER nurse, and the affinity screening was like $75 out of pocket each time personally for a drug test. Also, with my financial situation, when I was trying to sell a house in Hattiesburg, basically I couldn't afford it. That's basically what I'm getting at. With the compliance of the board of nursing, with the affinity $75 out of pocket, with the going back to school for the whatever, I couldn't afford it. Sold a house in Hattiesburg and started looking for other ways of income. So why I'm petitioning the board is just to get my license reactivated to go back to work. But to my own defense, how it looks on paper, I'm not on narcotics. Never have I had a negative drug screening. The few affinity drug screenings I did take, passed all my drug screenings, never failed a drug test. Just financially couldn't afford to do what they were asking me to do.
Anything else?
I kind of came unprepared, I suppose, in that regards.
All right, at this time, I'll ask the board if they have any questions for you.
Yeah.
Ms. Morris.
Thank you. Mr. Pittman, can you tell us your educational background, where you attended nursing school?
Jones County Junior College,
And what year was that?
2013 is when I graduated.
Are you currently employed?
Delivering for Domino's Pizza in Laurel, Mississippi.
And you do realize that, you're here because you did not comply with the, terms and conditions of your ASP, correct?
I suppose.
An ASP that you signed in lieu of a hearing, correct?
Well, it was kind of, these are the terms, get an attorney, and there wasn't really any defense or anything. It was, these are the terms, yes or no, with an attorney.
But you do understand that the record reflects that you are guilty of those said charges because you signed the ASP, correct?
I suppose.
Now, you sent an email to the executive director stating, that you did not complete the preconditions of your order because you lived hours away from college campus. Will you explain what you meant by that?
I live in Lake Como, Mississippi, which is 40-ish minutes from JCJC, which Hines Community, it took me an hour and a half to get here this morning. I think the original request was 20 hours at Hines Community College or something. And I think Hines is somewhere around this area. I'm not familiar with Jackson.
And after you sent that email, the executive director forwarded your email to Brandon Walker, the general counsel, correct?
I suppose that's what I was saying. I've never met a Brandon Walker. I've never spoken with a Brandon Walker other than email in regards to steps to get my license, and which somewhat here and there.
Okay, if you would turn with me to MSBN 27, you do have a copy of that in your packet. And this is the email that Mr. Walker actually sent you, regarding the steps for, reinstating your license, correct? And that's on page 27 at the bottom. Do you recognize that email?
7 at
Yes.
the bottom. Are the pages numbered?
Yes.
MSBN.
You recognize that email?
Yes.
And in that email, Mr. Walker, sent a link to you, to the rules, the laws and rules that govern the hearing process, correct?
I suppose, yes.
So it's a little bit disingenuous, to tell the panel that you in fact were unaware of the hearing procedures before you today, don't you think?
No, not necessarily. I don't check my emails daily. I don't read paperworks of legal ethical. I called to ask what I needed to do to speak. I'm not that high tech strong.
But you did actually respond to that email, if you turn to page 27. And you stated, for me to explain in layman's terms, y'all made that stuff up, correct? You did send that email, correct?
Yes, and I'll stand with that today with South Central too.
So is it fair to say that you didn't complete the terms and conditions of your order because you believed it wasn't necessary to do so?
I believe I was scapegoated at South Central Regional Medical Center. Had no defense, was given some papers and said this was this. Had to pay $2,500 out of pocket for an attorney, basically went broke trying to maintain my license. And now I'm here.
But again, you signed the ASP in lieu of a hearing, correct? Even though you knew that you, could have one, correct?
I suppose.
Um,
Was I expecting this or a hearing? I didn't know what to expect. I came here today thinking, hey, what do I need to do to get my license back?
But you did testify, earlier that Mr. Walker did provide the, code, the link to the code and the rules of procedure for the hearings, correct? You simply didn't look at the hearing procedures, correct?
Possibly, yeah.
Why do you think your suspension should be lifted, other than financial reasons?
I don't know, 10 years of no other issues at any other hospital.
And have you done anything, to comply with the order, that you signed, your ASP? Have you completed any of the classes or paid any of the fines and fees associated with that order?
I don't have the money for fines and fees. I sold a house. I was paying $75 out of pocket daily on an Infinity account for a drug test out of pocket. That apparently the Affinity wanted to sign in every day, and while you're not able to work as an RN, to then at any point during the day to go take a random drug test.
So if you were to get your license back, do you understand that that could possibly be the term and condition as a precondition, in order to restore your license, drug screens and Infinity check-in?
Yes, which to some sort of logical regard as in time constraints. If I'm not able to work to pay for a drug test, then how will I be able to work and do the drug test?
When's the last time you submitted to a drug screen?
Probably with the Affinity account.
And I believe that that last drug screen was in 2021.
Possibly. I haven't kept up with date. I didn't know I was coming to Law and Order SVU today.
Now, have you completed any continuing education hours or any nursing training since suspension?
No, I sold a house. I went into trucking, started delivering with Amazon, and now I deliver pizzas with Domino's.
No further questions.
Rebuttal to anything? At this time, I'll let the hearing panel ask any questions.
So, Mr. Pittman, I'm trying to genuinely understand
Sure.
why you feel comfortable in not complying with a board order that was presented to you
Why I feel comfortable.
with not completing a board.
Comfortable. I don't feel comfortable or uncomfortable not completing a board order. I was just trying to complete a board order, financially couldn't complete a board order. trying to get things in order to complete a board order.
What things have you done to present to us, for us to feel confident in being able to restore that license that you're seeking?
Nothing.
Questions? Any other witnesses that you want to offer?
I have no witnesses.
No one to offer? All right, at this point, we will conclude the hearing. We'll have closing statements at this time. Would you like to make a brief closing statement to the board? Again, this is persuasive. You don't have to.
Persuasive. I'm just literally trying to go back to work. How it looks on paper probably looks kind of bad. Compliance with credits at a college or a junior college, financially wasn't able to do it. That's why I haven't done it. Trying to get back into nursing to just make money, basically. That's basically it. Mhm.
Lawrence, closing statement?
Just briefly, again, Mr. Pittman is here today asking to lift his suspension. He has the burden of proof as to why this board panel should approve his request. Again, in considering his request, I would ask the panel to consider his compliance with the board order that's currently in place, the events that led to the suspension, his ability to remain compliant with the rules and regulations governing nursing, and his ability to safely practice with or without a monitor at the workplace. That's all.
All right, this will complete the testimony and will complete the hearing in matter number 2025-0021. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session. The board is now in closed session. At this time, we'll entertain a motion to go into executive session pursuant to Mississippi Code 254174D for the purpose of deliberations on issuing an appealable order of the board. I'll make that motion. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, the board now is in closed executive session and will deliberate. back on the record. And I will announce the board's decision. It was unanimous. The board voted to deny the petition to lift suspension and to reinstate license. Formal order will be issued and will be submitted to you within 45 days.
I am Iron Man. I guess you're Brandon Walker. Appreciate that.
I will call the next matter. Today's date is October the 7th, 2025. The time is 9:27 a.m. We are present at the office of the Mississippi Board of Nursing located at 713 South Fair Orchard Road in Ridgeland, Mississippi. The next matter on the docket is the matter of Randy Greer, license number R 897-413, case number 2024-0113. My name is Pamela Ratliff. I'm a Special Assistant Attorney General, and I'll serve as the hearing officer in the matter today. My role during the proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see with the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. This is an administrative proceeding and is not a court of law, so the formal rules of evidence and civil procedure that govern trials in a court of law do not apply. I may, however, use both as a guide during deliberations on evidence, but I'm not bound by either. At this time, I'll ask the members of the board hearing panel for this case to introduce themselves. The panel will not have an alternate.
Janelle Moody, RN.
Sandra Culpepper, LPN.
Janie Clanton, RN.
And Dr. Baskin is sitting in as an observer only, will be listening to the evidence and testimony presented, but will not engage in the discussions or deliberations of this matter and will not join the board in executive session during deliberations. Will the attorney representing the board introduce themselves to the record?
Brandon Walker.
And the licensee is present?
Here.
Okay, state your name for the record.
My name is Brandy Nicole Greer.
Okay, and you have counsel with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, would you identify yourself for the record?
Doug Mercier.
Okay, Mr. Mercier, good to see you. Do we have any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, we have, exhibits B1 through B19 for the state, and then on behalf of Ms. Greer, they have R1 through R16. Just as a request, and I've talked to Mr. Mercier too, would y'all make sure that the panel can read all of her exhibits? It looks like, and what they have printed off, some of them could be tough to read. In the R1 through R16.
Right.
Yeah, I can't make out what's, especially on those last several pages. Some of them, like the last two pages, you can't even read the words on it.
We're good till we get to like 13. It's starting to fade around R13.
About R13 to R16.
16, you can't read it all.
Yeah.
If you have a cleaner copy or clearer copy.
I don't have the originals with me, but there's only one numbered paragraph on R14 that really is relevant. And so I asked Ms. Greer if she could read that, and she can read it for y'all, and, you know, if that's sufficient.
What, which one again? 14.
Item 14, you can't read it.
I believe it said R14.
But the whole document, I believe, starts at R11. I have a new paralegal, and she numbered all the pages instead of just doing it as an exhibit.
What I'd say is, do you have any objections to the board's exhibits, B1 through B19? Ms. Rock, do you have any objections to R1 through R16?
No.
With the caveat that the, couple of the exhibits on, the respondent exhibits are very light, may be difficult to read. The board may have some concerns or questions regarding that. I'll let the, licensee read that in, but with the understanding that they will not be bound by her interpretation of that if they read something differently. Okay. We'll mark those and any of those exhibits, accordingly. Any witnesses testifying?
Yes.
Or have any witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Greer, you're going to be testifying. I'll have the court reporter place you under oath.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
The hearing order for the members in attendance, it's gonna be a little bit different on this one. This is a licensure disciplinary hearing. So the proceeding will be, the board has the burden of proof. So the board will present their testimony first, and they will provide, both sides can provide opening statements. Opening statements again are persuasive, they're not evidence. The board will proceed with their case in chief, and then Mr. Mercier will proceed with his case in chief. The attorney for the board may cross-examine any witnesses, and the licensee may cross-examine witnesses, and the board hearing panel may question the witnesses. After the cases are completed, the board closing statements may be heard, again persuasive, not bound by those, and then the board will go into deliberations and will render their decision today, and a formal order will be issued within 45 days. All right, we'll proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll just give a little short opening, I guess. Ms. Greer was charged with possessing drugs except as legally directed, misappropriation, and then practicing nursing in a manner that fails to meet the standard. We basically essentially entered into a stipulation of facts, as you can see in B19, with Mr. Mercier and Ms. Greer, that state the facts that have been stipulated to, and we believe we meet the burden of those. And so we're just gonna, we believe that stipulation of facts proves our case, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. We doing opening?
You want to make an opening, Mr. Mercier?
Yes, if I'm,
Okay.
yeah. Ms. Greer is a nurse. She has letters from medical providers, from physicians and other nurses, and from patients that speak to her abilities as a nurse. As far as this particular incident that occurred, she put the patient first. That's what she was taught as a nurse. You'll understand when she gives her testimony and explanation of what happened, that this was not an attempt to misappropriate medications. There were no controlled substances here whatsoever. These were primarily blood pressure control medications for the patient and some others. There was a transfer of a patient from one unit to another when this occurred. And so what happened is the nurse that was in charge of gathering up the medication and personal belongings of the patient when the transfer from one floor to the other, she didn't do it. The medications were left in there. And so it was Brandy's patient. Brandy saw the medications and gathered them up. There was at the same time, there was supervisor, I guess it was, who came to get Brandy because she had been flagged on their deviation report for the controlled substances. I think Brandy had worked 19 days straight, I think it was at that point in time. And so, yeah, it looked high. Well, they got Brandy and they took her. She didn't have a chance to do anything with the medications at that time. So she was asked to empty her pockets, which she did. And she placed the medications in the side of her backpack in plain view of the other employees so that she could do the urine drug screen. She did the urine drug screen came back negative. I think it was sent off for confirmation on two things that were suspected. It came back negative. So there was a negative urine drug screen, but she had those medications in her backpack and never had a chance to actually deliver them to the new unit or the transfer unit because she was asked to give the urine drug screen. There's no hanky-panky here. These medications are not medications that you sell on the street. They're not recreational drugs. These are strictly drugs for use by a patient to treat a patient, particularly her patient. She put the patient first and tried to do what the right thing was for the patient. The hospital preaches that they have to control their costs, and this would have been a waste of the medications. There were 37, I think, different medications there. It would have been a waste of the medications, and she was doing simply what she was trained to do and told to do. And she was interrupted because of the urine drug screen, wasn't able to complete it. But this is not a situation where there was any misappropriation. These medications were never taken off out of the facility. There was no attempt to dispossess the hospital of these medications. These aren't medications that Brandy needs or uses, and they're not medications that are sold on the street. This was simply something that was trying to be done to accommodate the transfer of the patient from one unit to the next. Brandy is not guilty of the charges. It's unfortunate that the circumstances occurred the way they did, but the stipulation of facts that we entered into essentially says what I just said, but it doesn't make it a violation of the regulations for her to try to accomplish what she should in the transfer of the patient, especially when her attempt was intervened by the request for the urine drug screen. What I'd like to do now is to call Brandy Greer to testify.
Do you have any witnesses?
No.
Would you state your name for the record, please?
Brandy Nicole Greer.
Brandy, tell the board a little bit about your nursing background.
So my healthcare background started initially when I joined the Army in 2012. I joined as a healthcare medic and it went on to eventually become an RN. I got my associate degree from the Mississippi University for Women in Columbus, Mississippi. I then was already in the process of obtaining a bachelor's degree from Mississippi State in kinesiology, so I did finish that degree as well. I went on and furthered my education with my BSN through UMMC in Jackson in 2016. And I then furthered my education again at the University of Alabama at Birmingham for my master's in nursing and family medicine, which I took boards on August the 12th and did pass. So my entire life has been, from the time that I started going to college, has been dedicated to serving, whether it be through military actions or civilian actions.
Where all have you been employed as a nurse?
I have been employed through, I worked at Ottippaha County. It's now UMMC in Starkville, right out of nursing school. I worked with the general state surgeon for MedCom, which deals with our soldiers deploying and returning home. I worked with them directly. And I also worked at St. Dominic Hospital. I worked at River Oaks Hospital for a short time, and I worked at Baptist Memorial Hospital as well.
How long were you at St. Dominic?
I was first employed there for several years, and I ended up leaving to when I started nurse practitioner school because I needed more availability to do clinical hours. Once I finished, I ended up going back due to COVID and the nursing shortage. My director at the time had reached out asking if I knew of anyone who had any interest in working on the floor, and at the time I had the availability, and so I jumped in along with some of my other coworkers as well. But I worked there in 2016. I ended up leaving, like I said. I went back, and then I was terminated in January of 2024.
Brandy, let's talk about this incident that occurred. According to the stipulation of facts, on January the 16th, there was a search of your personal backpack that was conducted, and there were 37 medication packages from St. Dominic's Pharmacy that were found. You agree with that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, as far as the medication packages, these weren't loose pills or anything of that nature, were they?
No, sir. They were all packaged.
Okay. Let's start from the beginning and tell the board what was going on with you that day, who the patient was, the patient's condition, and let you just kind of walk through the chronology.
Yes, sir. So typically I worked on 4 East at St. Dominic's, which was neuro with med-surg overflow. We had the glioblastomas for the state of Mississippi. We had with St. Dominic's being the comprehensive stroke center, 90% of strokes, that's where they came. Giving that, with us being in the stroke belt for the state, most of our patients had no insurance, so they stayed for months, weeks. We've even had some stay years, where we celebrated Christmases with them. That being said, I had left the front desk. So I was the charge nurse, and with me working that many days in a row, I always took the last 7, because St. Dominic's works in pods. It's not based on acuity. So I took the last 7 rooms every single day, working that much. I knew my patients. That way I was more available for other tasks that are needed by my fellow nurses. I had left the front with one of the patient's particular medicine that had been sent from pharmacy. And I was walking back toward my area when a patient's family member came out and said that they thought they were having a seizure. So I ran in, assessed the patient. I called a rapid response. Patient was indeed in status. Ended up got several rounds of Ativan, needed to be intubated, so they were rushed to the ICU. The rapid response nurses who in the process was transferring this patient, and as the evidence that I'd submitted on that R14 stated, number 6, that,
Okay, let's hold on a second.
sorry.
Are you referring to R14?
yes, sir.
Okay, let's let the board find that. I think that's one you're gonna have to clarify what it
Yes, sir.
says and direct us to what you're looking at. So it's R14, which is actually page 14 of the respondent's exhibit. And what is this document we're looking at? It begins on page R11. So what is the document?
This is the hospital policy for handoff communication and transport of patients from any level of care, whether it be higher or lower.
All right, and as far as this particular patient that you're referring to, this patient's being transferred from what to what?
From lower to higher. He needed to be intubated in the ICU.
All right, and so this is a document on the policies and procedures for doing or accomplishing that?
For transferring the patient, yes,
Okay.
sir.
And so you're referring the board to R14, which is a part of that document.
Yes,
and
sir.
Which particular number on that page?
Number 6.
All right, and if you could slowly read that for the record, please.
Upon transfer, all personal belongings and medications should be transferred with the patient. Patient applicable activities of daily living should also be completed if needed before transfer.
Okay. That's the policy that was in place on that day at St. Dominic. All right. So who is responsible for performing that task?
If the patient is being transferred by the rapid response nurse, typically the RN will go with that nurse. However, we also had a patient go in bad in another room that we were caring for who was satting in the high 70s, low 80s, who needed to be put on BiPAP, who needed a rapid response called as well. So in the process of that, I asked the rapid response nurse to transport the patient, which they are allowed to do. And in that nurse that is in the response of transporting the patient takes all of their belongings and their medications, but the medications were left in the room.
So you're saying this particular patient's medications were left in the room?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what was the medical condition that this patient had?
This patient had a subarachnoid hemorrhage.
All right. And what did you do once you saw that the medications were left behind?
I saw the janitorial staff run in. We had really quick turnovers with new patients needing to come up to the floor. I noticed that the meds were still left in there. I grabbed the meds, was in process of taking them to the ICU when my other patient came out and the family stated that she could not breathe. She was absolutely blue in the face. Like I said, she was satting in the high 70s, low 80s. And I called a rapid response for that patient as well. Policy states through St. Dominic's that you're not allowed to leave. The primary RN should stay with that patient during a rapid response. I chose to put the medications in my pocket at the time, to go in and stay with the patient until the rapid response nurse had gotten to the bedside so that they could do all of their evaluations and their interventions. During that time is when our director came to get me to take me downstairs to do a drug test. And I was told, do not stop, do not talk to anyone, you walk straight with me.
You mean with the supervisor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, if you had taken the time to do something else with those medications, go ahead, take them up to the floor, do something else, would that have put the other patient that you said was blue in the face in more danger?
Yes, sir. That patient actually ended up having to be transferred to the ICU as well.
Okay. So what you did was best for that patient as well?
Yes, sir.
So you were accompanied by the supervisor to, it was the health department,
It was my director of nursing and the director over her boss.
And this is for the urine drug screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And they never let you out of their sight?
No, sir. I went straight to a conference room where they sat down and told me what they were gonna do. We left there. They took me back so everyone couldn't see what was going on, took me downstairs. I went in there they did both a urine and an oral drug screen.
Let's back up. Where were the medications whenever they took you into the conference room?
In my pocket.
Okay, and were you wearing scrubs?
I was in scrubs, yes, sir.
Okay, so what happened? How did they get from their scrubs into a backpack?
When they took me down to do the drug screen, they made me empty my pockets, pull up my scrub bottoms, pull down my socks, the whole 9 yards. And I took the meds from my pocket and put them in the side part of my backpack because there was stuff all over their counter. And I did not want the patient's meds to get lost in the process.
All right. Was this in plain view of anyone?
Yes, sir. Everyone literally watched me go from my pocket to my backpack. And I looked at my director and I said, these are Mr.
patient's.
Patient's
Okay.
meds.
And so that was done in plain view of your DON and anyone else?
It was the DON, it was, well, both DONs. It was the LPN that was submitting the drug screen. And our HR manager had not made it there yet. So those three for sure.
So there's no question that the medications came out of your pocket and into the backpack.
No, sir.
They weren't previously in your backpack before you were taken to this conference room to discuss the urine drug screen.
No, sir.
Okay. All right, so after you emptied your pockets and put them in the side pocket of the backpack, what happened next?
Took the urine drug screen. And then after I came out from there, they said that we need to do a search of your belongings. And they took me to a different conference room where they took my backpack and just turned it upside down and dumped everything on a conference table.
Is this the same? Or were these the same people, DONs that saw you put the medications in there?
Yes, sir. At
In
this
that-
point, the human resource liaison had made it to the room.
Okay. Those 37 medications that we hear about today?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Aside, two of them, or one of the packets was from the original patient that I was going to see before all this went down.
None of those are controlled substances, is that right?
Correct.
And as far as the purpose, you didn't have any intention of leaving the facility with those medications?
No, sir. As I stated, when they came to get me, I looked at them and I said, I still have these meds in my pocket. I was told, do not talk to anyone. You are to walk straight with me. We cannot make any stops. And I did as I was told.
Well, what was your intention originally when they were when you saw them in the patient's room, you gathered them, put them in your pocket? What was your intention at that time?
I was en route before the second patient's family member came to get me to take them directly to the ICU with the patient so that care could be continued.
And that was intervened when your supervisor asked you to take the urine drug screen? Is
Yes,
that
sir.
right? Okay.
Yes, sir. I could not talk to anyone. I could not hand off anything. So I just did as I was told.
All right, so that explains item number 4 on the stipulation of facts, where you admitted that medications were found in the backpack.
Yes, sir.
Are any of those medications found in the backpack medications that you take or prescribed?
No, sir.
What use would you have for those medications? Personally, so what I'm
if-
asking you is, if you're not prescribed that, what personal use would you have for those medications?
I have no use for them, sir.
I think exhibit B9 I think that is showing us the medications on the conference room table that you just described. On page, you must be in 37 and 38, 39, 40, 41. Does that look like the medications that were in your pocket
Yes, sir, that is them.
that you put in the backpack?
Yes, sir.
What were the results of your urine drug screen?
It was negative, sir.
Do you know why you were asked to take the urine drug screen?
I do. I had worked, so my wife and I were in the process of doing IVF treatment. I don't know if anyone's dealt with IVF, but it is a very expensive process. I was working a lot to help pay for that. Not only that, we had I was the last staff nurse standing for 4 East. Everyone had left. We either had agency nurses or we had PRN or floats. And it was cheaper to pay me in overtime than it was to pay an agency nurse in overtime. Therefore, we got asked daily, hey, can you come into work tomorrow? Can you come into work tomorrow? Can you come into work tomorrow? And being the person that I am and having the serving heart that I have, I couldn't deal with myself just sitting at home twiddling my thumbs. So I went in to help and helped where I was needed. And I did gain the benefit of the financial purposes as well to help pay for the IVF. And we had a successful IVF. We have a son that's now 14 months, so. And the reason that they came to get me is because my count was higher based on a per diem average than the average nurse, but I had worked so many days in a row that I was flagged.
What type of system, or was it a Pyxis system that was being used?
Yes, sir. We were in the process of implementing a hospital-wide Pyxis system. It had not fully been introduced to every single floor yet. The whole goal was to introduce a universal Pyxis system on each floor that carried the same medications, but we were not to that point.
What was your role with regard to the Pyxis system and other nurses?
I was the super user for 4 East. As I said, I was the last nurse standing.
What does super user mean? Can you explain
That, so I had the ability to, if we had a floating nurse come for the day, or if we had a nurse that came from another floor, I had the access to implement that nurse's role for the day and assign them to the floor. That also allowed us, if we had discrepancies, I was part of the discrepancy team that came down to fix any discrepancies with my nurse manager directly.
Why were you in this role?
As mentioned in some of the exhibits that I had presented, I'd been at St. Dominic's for a very long time, and I was a very renowned nurse. I was well known. There was even a time where I was the face of nursing at St. Dominic's, where my face was on the billboards of Lakeland Drive, and County Line Road. I was on the Daisy Award board. I won the Francinian Award, which is the highest honor that can be given at St. Dominic's Hospital. I precepted day in and day out. I was available in any form that was needed to provide both patient care, team unity, and also give back to those that are going to take over as they go through nursing school.
Board's indulgence. I think that when you and I had spoken earlier, you had mentioned that with the system in place at St. Dominic, that the nurses could pull the meds and they had a time period in which to give them. What was that time period?
So for narcotics, it had to be pulled once you pulled it, you had a 30-minute frame. For antibiotics, you had a 30-minute frame. And for any other standard medication, as the one listed here, if they were pulled that day, you could pull it as early as 8 o'clock. Our daily meds were given at 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. And having 7 patients, typically most nurses did what's called a bolus pull, where we pulled for each nurse or each patient and we put it in a locked bin in the Pyxis. And that's where your daily meds were gotten from.
Let me make sure I understand. So a nurse like you could pull the meds for a patient in the morning at 8 a.m.
Yes, sir.
and you would have till 7 p.m. or 8 p.m. to give those meds, as long as they were narcotics or antibiotics.
Correct.
So these 37 could have still been administered to the patient anytime that same day.
Correct.
Right. So whenever they were dumped out on the conference room table, they were still eligible to be administered to the patient.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's talk a little bit about the responded exhibits. Yep. Yeah. All right, included, you've included, documents, exhibits R1 through R16. And as I stated earlier, these were just numbered sequentially instead of being separate documents. Can you hear me? No. How about loud? So let's look at, let's look at these for the benefit of the board. What is R1? And tell us who that is and what it is.
This is a, oh, sorry. This is a letter, written from a Mr. Grady Tucker that I took care of on 4 East. He had been there for 4 days, who I came very close with, both him and the family.
So this is a patient.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what about R2? What is that?
This is also from a patient family member, Miss Sherry Goodman, who I had the pleasure of caring for her mom and dear friend that originally passed from cancer.
And those are letters of support for you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then R3 is what?
R3 and R4 are a letter from a patient as well.
Let's look now at R5. What is R5?
R5 is a reference from Dr. Gabriel Baluku, who was the hospitalist that I worked with persistently at St. Dominic's Hospital. He was our neuro hospitalist.
And that's the floor you worked on?
Yes, sir.
And how long did you work with that doctor?
He came on after I had been employed. I want to say he had been with me for about 2.5 years.
What is R6?
R6 is from a employee as well, that I currently work with.
Is that a nurse
She is a customer service representative.
there at the hospital?
She, at the clinic that I work at, she works there.
And what is R7?
R7 is from a registered nurse that I worked with at St. Dominic's.
What about R8?
R8 is from a current coworker that works with me currently.
What is R9?
R9 is from my direct nurse practitioner that works, that oversees me at the clinic that I currently work at. I am her partner, not as a nurse practitioner, but as her nurse.
And what about R10?
That's the second
the
half
second page
of
of
the
that.
document.
You mentioned that you had been awarded the Franciscan Award. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Yes, sir.
And when was that?
That was in 2021.
A few years ago. What about the Daisy Award?
I've won the Daisy Award twice, also that was in 2023 and 2022. I also served on the board member, for selecting and implementing the Daisy Award for the hospital.
You've been charged, there's 4 charges against you. The first one states that you negligently or willfully acted in a manner inconsistent with the health or safety of the persons under licensee's care. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I, at the time, took the best option that was in the best care of the patient. If it were anyone's family member, I would have done the same thing because I took an oath to take care of a patient and I prioritized tasks at the time to take care of my ABCs before transferring medicines for a current patient that was already being stabilized.
The charge two states that you negligently or willfully practice nursing in a manner that fails to meet generally accepted standards of such nursing practice. Now, we just read where the St. Dominic policies stated what's to be done with transfer of patient. Is it your view that the St. Dominic's policies are consistent with the generally accepted standard of nursing care, nursing practice?
In this particular incident, I would not, given that if you're looking at one policy at a time, yes, but given that there were two instances going on at the same time, another rapid response with a policy stating that that primary RN should not leave the bedside, I prioritized and took care of what I felt at the time was needed.
All right, charge three says that you engage in any unprofessional conduct, namely misappropriation of drugs, supplies, or equipment. And you did not take these medications from the facility, did you?
No, sir.
And I think you stated already, you were simply transferring them from one floor to another.
I was in the process of taking them from 4 East to 4 West ICU when another family member screamed my name in the hallway saying, please come help. And I turned around and ran to them.
But you never took these medications out of the facility?
No, sir.
Once they were put in the backpack and dumped on the table?
No, sir.
You never took them for yourself, never misappropriated them, never dispossessed the hospital of them?
No, sir.
Okay. Charge four states that you engage in any unprofessional conduct, namely possessing, obtaining, furnishing, or administering drugs to any person except as legally directed. Now, as far as the administering, there was no administering of the drugs, the medications.
Correct.
You didn't furnish these to anyone else.
Correct.
You obtained these in compliance with the policies and procedures of St. Dominic's Hospital, correct?
Correct.
And you possessed them at that short period of time in consistent with being able to transport them from one floor to another.
Yes, sir.
And that was the only possession that you had.
That was the only possession at the time that I had of it. And then taking them down to where they were placed in my backpack during the drug screen.
Yes, Your Honor, one second. Your Honor, there's an error on the stipulation of facts before I get started on cross. If you look at on page 70, number 1, her licensure date in there is listed as June 17th, 2022. That is incorrect. It should be June 12th of 2014. I wanted to note that for the record, unless Mr. Mercier has any objection to that.
No.
So correct, stipulation 1 on or about June 12th, 2014.
Yes.
Okay. Noted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Greer, I have just a few questions. Mr. Mercier obviously expected mine. So I think I just need some clarification. So, I think in the procedures and what you presented, which you read earlier, it was the practice to transfer the patient to the other floor. That's the procedure you went over, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so when that was to be done, did you say that the patient transferred those medications and belongings? Is that what I heard you say? I'm not trying to put words in your mouth.
No, sir. If we go back to that. Upon transfer, basically that is stating that all of the patient's belongings, including medications, are to be transferred with the patient. And typically that is done by the primary RN and the rapid response nurse. But at the time, but the rapid response nurse is clearly capable of transferring, and since we had another issue going on, she took the patient.
So was it your patient at the time?
Yes, sir.
Um. So and this is in a stipulation, you had the 37 packets, you said originally in your pocket, is that correct?
Correct.
And then you put them in your, backpack whenever you were going to be drug tested, or so,
Yes, sir.
so it said, I think you said earlier, and please correct me if wrong, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, that or nurses would pull all the patient's medication that morning, is that what I heard, is that what you said?
So if they're transferred from, do you mind if I clarify? If they're like I said earlier, these patients are there for a very long time frame. If they go, they may be transferred 4 different times from each floor. Like I said, there was no universal Pyxis at the time. So those patients, given whichever, because they put them where we had rooms and where we had open spots. So we may have dialysis patients on the neuro floor. With that being said, because of there being no universal medication packet for the Pyxis, their patient medications went with them to help to decrease a delay in care. That patient had been there for quite some time, and that patient was transferred from the ICU to us while I was caring, not that particular day, but days before this. So their medications add up. And with that being said, with them coming from another unit, their medications came with them. Given the whole policy with COVID and infectious control, those meds didn't leave the patient's room. They were his solely. And in the mornings, you go and you pull, like you go in, write your day out, look at the MAR. I say, okay, I do a time frame of when something's due because they're really big on narcotics. They're really big on IV antibiotic distribution, given in timely manners. And I write my day out, and you can go and you pull your daily meds, and they're placed in a box in the Pyxis.
So is that like you're saying that, was this a policy at St. Dominic's where you pulled all the meds at 8 AM that morning and then put them in a box, or is this something that y'all did?
It's nursing practice. If it's not something that is scheduled, as far as something that has an exact time frame, and it's not, I wouldn't say counted because they're all counted, but if there's no time restraints on them, they sit in a patient box that has that patient's room number on it. And when it's time to be distributed, you go get that medicine.
So what you're saying is again, I'm trying to understand where you're coming from on this. You're saying that it was an acceptable practice, or it's a nursing practice to pull all the patients' med for that day. Is that what your testimony is now?
If it's not in restraint, as far as a time restraint, and it's kept within the patient's specific medication box.
So going back to nursing school, is that what you were taught, to pull all the meds at that time or pull them as they were due?
Well, in nursing school, we only gave morning meds. And we would pull all meds for our 9 o'clock distribution, and we gave it.
So let me rephrase that, I'm sorry. Were you taught in nursing school, not what you did in nursing school, let me rephrase this, to pull the meds as they were ordered or prescribed, or pull them all at one time?
For 9 o'clock distribution, we pull all at one time.
So I guess.
Most of our meds, given that we're a stroke floor, blood pressure control is our #1 priority. Most of our meds are given multiple times a day. Specifically, clonidine, that was part of the patient's medication, has a very short half-life. It's given 3 to 4 times a day just on my shift. It also has a very, very, very profound high rebound hypertension rate if a dose is missed. If you've got 7 patients, you get, if it's not a restraint medication, if it doesn't have to be given within a specific time frame, If it just has to be given, it can be pulled and left within the patient's med bin, not within someone else's med bin for that patient. If that is not given, typically what happens at the end of the day, that patient's discharged, whatever, it goes back to the pharmacy or it goes with the patient.
So is your testimony is correct, is that's an acceptable practice, is that correct? That pulling all the meds at one time is an acceptable practice? Is that what your testimony is?
Specific timeframes, yes.
So on page 51, this is that corrective action form. They list in here about in the middle paragraph, do you see where it says supporting details of violation right there? It's kind of about, it's
Yes,
right
sir.
below the page.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and now if you go by 3/4 of the way down, in that paragraph, it says these discrepancies were created by Brandy Garrett. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
So it appears that there were some discrepancies, so it seems contradictory to what you're saying that this was an acceptable practice because there were several discrepancies and that's what kind of led to this.
So going back to me being a super user for East, if we, all my fellow nurses came to me before they went directly to my supervisor. If it's something I could fix, then I would. If I couldn't, I passed it on through my chain of command.
But-
If they come to me, they can't do this. They're not a super user. If they come to me and they say, hey, I need 2 core egg for my patient and so, but there's none in the pharmacy, or there's none in the Pyxis. Okay, you call downstairs, you say, hey, pharmacy, I need blah, blah, blah. Well, they're saying that there's 2 in there. Well, no, ma'am, there's not. I wouldn't call you if it was in there. Okay, well, the only way we can do that is if you have a correct count. Given that there's no controlled, you can zero the count out, which flags pharmacy that our floor is needing more medications.
Well, so I guess what I'm getting at here is it says that from, looks like December the 1st to January 15th, of the next year, there were several discrepancies with Clonidine and I'm gonna not say this right, methocarbamol, which were both in your possession, correct?
Correct.
And they're saying that there were discrepancies caused. Do you agree that pulling all the medication at one time would likely cause discrepancies?
If you're pulling it for multiple times a day, yes, sir.
And based off that, it looks like on the next page, 52, that you were terminated, correct?
I was terminated.
Okay, so it doesn't appear that the facility agreed that this was acceptable practice either. Do you agree with that?
Correct. Or I wouldn't have been terminated.
And they were in your possession. I understand you stated why they were in possession, but they were in your possession at the time. Is that also correct?
They were. If you look at policy, what should have happened if you're looking at 2 policies side by side, it's not like I could go and tell this woman, hey, can you not have breathing difficulty for just 5 minutes so I can run these meds to the ICU? I took responsibilities for the action of caring for the patient, and I stayed with her directly at the bedside because I felt at the time that those medications could wait. It was not life-saving ABCs kinds of tasks.
I have no further question, John.
Can you redirect?
Briefly. Just to clarify questioning by Mr. Walker. When you said you could pull the medications, or it was a practice of pulling medications, by the nurses on the floor, that was not just you, that was all the nurses.
That was a universal standard. Given, like I said, we had 7 critical patients.
Okay.
7 stroke patients at one time is a
But
lot.
none of the meds that got pulled in that manner were controlled or scheduled medications.
No, sir, you could only pull it within a 30-minute frame.
Now, looking at when you were flagged for the urine drug screen, that was for controlled medications, not for scheduled medications, not for these other prescribed medications. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the questions that Mr. Walker was just asking you really are not germane to the reason that you were given the urine drug screen. The urine drug screen was because your deviation for usage was about the controlled substances, scheduled.
Correct.
Okay. But what you're talking about pulling at 8 AM or 7 AM, whatever, are not controlled substances.
They're not.
Now, if you look at the complaint, which is MSBN 8, look down there where it says specifically related to all charges. See if I read this correctly. On or about January 16th, 2024, and while respondent was employed as a registered nurse at St. Dominic Hospital in Jackson, Mississippi, a search of her personal backpack was conducted following a flagged diversion report showing her above the standard mean deviation for usage and following an audit of patient medication administrations. During the search, 37 medication packages from St. Dominic's Pharmacy were found in respondent's personal backpack and included the following medications: 5 methocarbamol, 500 milligram, 18 clonidine hydrochloride, 1 milligram tablets, 2 Lopressor 50 milligram tablets, 1 Reglan 5 milligram tablet, 2 hydrochlorothiazide 25 milligram tablets, 3 Norvasc 10 milligram tablets, 1 Tylenol 500 milligram tablet, 1 Coreg 6.25 milligram tablet, 1 Lasix 40 milligram tablet, and 3 clonidine hydrochloride 0.3 milligram patches. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Do you see anything in there that pertains to pulling medications out in the morning that are not controlled substances?
No, sir.
No more questions.
The board here have any questions? Go ahead first.
Yeah. So, kind of clarify a couple of things for me. These 37 drug packages, were they for just that one patient that you transferred?
So there's one packet, if you look at the picture, not sure what page it's on. There's one packet that is a side with the Robaxin in it. That was for the first patient. I had called the pharmacy and asked for that to be sent because it was a PRN medicine. I was in process of giving that medicine when this particular patient, this Mr. went bad. These other meds were in the patient's room.
So other than the one, they all belong to that patient that was transferred?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Who pulled the drugs initial?
They came with the patient from the ICU, so I can't answer that.
But they were kept in the patient's room?
This particular patient had some isolation standards. Therefore, they stayed in the patient's room to decrease the risk of, like I said, having so many patients, we wanted to decrease the risk of any type of transmission.
How were they stored in the patient's room?
So we keep all their supplies in a bin that it has their supplies on one side and their medications on the other.
Normal operating procedure when you transfer someone out via rapid response, normally, you said that everything goes with the patient and you and the rapid response nurse both take it together. Correct?
If time permits the primary RN, yes, correct.
So with you being busy and had another critical patient, the rapid response nurse took the patient and went on.
Correct.
If you weren't able to go, should she have taken the medications with her or would they have stayed until you could?
She should have taken them with her at the time. However, not placing blame on any other nurse because we're all in this together. She's just as busy as I am. There had been plenty of rapid response calls that particular day. So, I mean, yes, she should have, but I'm not gonna call and say, hey, yo, you forgot these meds. I'm gonna pick up the slack because she needed help and I was just gonna take them myself. Nor did I want loss or shrinkage to occur and them just be dumped and thrown away. And then I've got the ICU hounding me like, hey, where are these patients' meds? Where are these patients' meds? Because they're getting backlash from the pharmacy saying that they should have called, they should have came from the patient's previous floor.
Um, So you said that you had, during the course of this event, you had another patient that was deteriorating. You went in there to help. The supervisor pulled you out from there? Did you complete the transfer with that patient?
No, sir. No, ma'am. I'm so sorry. So I was in the room. At the time, the previous rapid response nurse could not attend because she was still stabilizing my previous patient. So the ICU nurse came. Then the physician came. Once they were in there and the rapid response or the ICU nurse at the time could take over, I stepped out once I heard him say, hey, we need to send this patient to the unit. I'm on the phone calling for a bed. Literally while I'm on the phone, my supervisor, I look and she's walking down to get me and I'm stopped right there in my tracks. I couldn't even finish report. I was told to hang up the phone, grab my stuff and come with them.
I just have a few questions.
Yes, ma'am.
So, based on some of the things you've said, do you believe that diversion can happen for any medication regardless of it being a narcotic or not?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
In the past, have you ever diverted, regardless of if it was a narcotic or not?
No, ma'am. I would not leave a facility with a medication.
Where are you currently employed?
I work at Trust Care.
Now, there is one thing that I was looking at, and it was on MSBN 22. And on that document, it showed that there was a number of Norco given.
Yes, ma'am.
However, if you looked at the graph, one of the patients stated that they had never experienced any pain. However, in the documentation, it showed that they were receiving Norco frequently. Can you explain that?
So given that patients are, neuro kind of operates like orthopedics. We do a lot of prophylactic treatment. Given 90% of these patients that we take care of have some form of a deficit, whether it be a speech impediment, whether it be dysphagia, whether it be a physical, and most of the time it was physical. And we went through extensive therapy with these patients. And we worked directly with physical and occupational therapy to ensure that they had the best quality that they could get. And most of the time, these patients didn't want to do anything because they're stiff. They can't move. It's been isolated in that one position. And so we would prophylactically treat to help better their chances, because them transferring to another facility is all based on what PT and OT are going to say. If they say they're not progressing, they're just going to sit there with us. These people don't have insurance. So we do what's in the best interest of them to help litigate and make sure that they are set up for success ultimately.
Okay. And so under that same situation there with the same evidence, it was stated by the person that was researching this that there was also an order for Tylenol, but that it had never been used. So, did you just go straight into the Norco versus using Tylenol?
No, ma'am. I always explained that if I give Tylenol now and your pain does exacerbate, I'm restricted to what I can give you after that. So we talk it out and we decide what's best to give at the time.
So it was the patient's choice to have the Norco
Correct.
versus Tylenol.
Correct.
Okay. You talked about this box that the medications were stored in. Why was the medications not left in this box and transferred versus your pocket?
So I'm all the way down at the end of the hall when this is going on. They're only in the box if they're only locked in the box if you pull them from our Pyxis that day. So you pull from the Pyxis, you put them directly in the box that's in the same machine. These meds were never in that machine. They came from another floor with the patient.
So I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
Correct.
So you're saying they came from another floor.
Correct.
Did this transfer happen the same day?
No, ma'am.
So why would they not be in the box?
Because this patient was on isolation precautions. So they never left the patient's room.
The next thing I wanted to ask you about is on B10, you did a drug screen, correct?
Correct.
And on that drug screen, did you test positive?
I did not.
So let me go back and make sure that I'm not. Thank you. So at the bottom there, I see a THC that was presumptive positive. What was that about?
I've never smoked marijuana in my life. We talked about the presumptive positive. It was from our understanding, like you had to, like it requires it to be sent off further for more information. But I mean, I've never in my life touched marijuana.
So would you have partaken of any, I mean, smoking is not the only way to access THC. So is there any other way that you would have come in contact?
No, ma'am. I mean, I work all the time. There's literally, I don't eat gummies. I don't do any of that stuff that could possibly ring that up.
So I think one of the last questions I have for you, in this situation, what would you have done differently?
If you're looking at the policy, if you're looking at a sheet of paper, it says I should have stopped and went and I should have taken the meds directly with that nurse or with that patient when they left. However, like I said, I made the choice to stay with the patient because I felt that's where I was needed. When I've got the family member literally holding on to me saying, please help them. I mean, they were blue in the face. I didn't know how to say, hold on, ma'am. I have to attend to a policy before I can attend to your mom. And so I stayed with my patient.
So based on what you're saying, and I understand where you're coming from, that's called prioritization, right?
Correct.
But what I'm saying is, what would you do differently?
I would have just, I still would have stayed with the patient because that's the oath that I took.
And I'm not trying to beat a dead horse here. On page 51, on the corrective action form, can you speak to why the audit may have revealed that, you know, there is unusually high amount of hydrocodone being administered by you versus fellow nurses?
So I was the charge nurse. And like I said, we take care of a lot of brain surgeries. Whether they be fresh from the unit or they be fresh from the OR, depending on what they had done. Not only that, like I had previously stated as well, these patients are there for a long time and they hurt. I mean, they're without use of something that's just sitting in a dependent position for hours and hours on end. And then you have therapy going in there and passively doing all this range of motion on them. My job is to make sure that they succeed in some degree. And speaking to the fact that we had 7 patients, we very seldom got lunches, if we got lunches at all. And I've been that nurse where my charge nurse comes in there and I've taken 2 bites of a burger that says, hey, your patient wants blah, blah, blah in room 2. And I have to stop what I'm doing. I've had 2 bites of lunch all day long and I have to go give this medication. When I'm the type of person that if that patient needs something and I'm not actively doing something, hey, man, you deserve some time to yourself. I got this. I never gave anything outside of an order. I never gave anything outside of a time frame. I mean, I always, and I didn't just go give something. If and it even says in there that a nurse asked me to give some and, um, I don't remember what page it was on. But a nurse had asked me if I would give some medicine because she was busy. If I wasn't actively doing anything and it was the patient's order and it was free to be gave and, you know, my assessment determined that they needed it, then I would help out.
So I, I hate to bother you again, but I see that on the PMP, you have gabapentin, correct?
Correct.
So when I'm looking at, trying to see what MSBN 025, I'm seeing on that report that there was pretty consistent adjustment to gabapentin in that system. Is that correct? Maybe page 026. Because you'll see on 1218, there was an adjustment, 1220, there was an adjustment. 22nd, there was an adjustment to 24.
Correct.
Can you explain that to me?
So that goes back to me being a super user and nurses coming to me saying, hey, we need this, we need that, we need this, we need that. And my first question, as you call the pharmacy, yes, they say we have such and such up here. Okay. I call the pharmacy, hey, we need this, this, and this. Will you have this amount up there? No, ma'am, we don't. If we had it, I wouldn't call you. I don't have that amount of time. And the only way for them to send new meds is if the count says 0. Or it's fixed to, like, if a patient needed 4 and we only had 2.
So that being said, because you're saying you were a super user. With that being said, was that in your job description or did you sign any paperwork agreeing to be a super user?
I was nominated by my director to be a super user.
Did you sign any documentation or get an updated or addended job description to reflect that?
I want to say I did sign something at the time, or there's a sheet of, I remember because it was sent out to us directly, but I do not have that on hand.
And with the amount of gabapentin that you are having to go back in and pretty consistently adjust almost on a daily basis, did you not let your charge nurse or your supervisor know that there was an issue with the gabapentin?
I did tell because I was the charge nurse. I did tell my supervisor that, hey, we're having problems with pharmacy. We're having problems with pharmacy. And that was a consistent thing because we were in the middle of this entire Pyxis going universal. I mean, it was hit or miss because some days it was all good. Some days we had nothing that we needed.
So with that being said, is there any documentation such as an email or anything where you flagged this issue with the gabapentin? Because, I mean, it was daily.
It would have all been done in person because I very rarely checked my email at work just because I honestly didn't have the time.
Thank you.
Yes,
Panel? Any redirect, Ms. Walker?
There we go.
Any follow-up? Ms. Grosser? Any additional witnesses?
No more witnesses.
Rick? Or rest?
The board rests, Your Honor.
Okay. Your closing statements, if you like.
Yes, Your Honor. Just briefly, Ms. Greer is here. She admitted that she had 37 packets of medication in her possession. Now we've heard testimony from her today as to the reason why. And I will submit to you that while there may be good intentions, that does not mean there is always not a violation. Clearly, this was not a standard to have that much medication on her. You've heard her say that those medications were pulled in the morning to be in the patient, or they could be pulled in the morning. That was their standard practice. However, we've seen in evidence today that resulted in her termination. Clearly, the facility didn't think this was a standard of practice. It's clearly not one by the board's precedent either. So we'd submit to you today that Ms. Greer is guilty of the charges in the complaint against her. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Greer was charged with specific violations that are on the complaint, which is exhibit MSBN 8. And I read the narrative, which is required to encompass the factual background supporting those charges. There's been some other discussions about other matters that haven't been charged. But as far as the charges, we went through there already, and I won't belabor that. I think it's important to remember the burden of proof. You know, the burden of proof is on the board to come forward and with evidence to prove these violations. But there's a presumption of innocence. I mean, we shouldn't forget that. There's a presumption of innocence, not a presumption of guilt. And the licensee has to prove her innocence. So the board is required to provide a complaint that says what the charges are, what the factual background is, put us on notice of what we need to bring here to defend it. There was a question whether or not Ms. Greer had an email. That's not something that's in this factual background. We wouldn't have known. If we'd known, we could have done something. But you know, I feel like we're being charged with things that aren't actually in the complaint, and we can't defend those. We can only defend what's in the complaint. Ms. Greer has given an honest, forthright explanation of what happened. She's stated exactly what the policy is. She pointed to the policy. She didn't want to lay blame on the nurse that didn't, the rapid response nurse that did not take the medications out of the room. As far as the medications being in the room for the patient, she stated those medications were there because they were transferred from the ICU with the patient. They weren't in another box because this is during COVID and they were trying to prevent contamination. I think it was during COVID. Anyway, they were trying to prevent contamination issues. So that's a priority for the hospital. That's a decision that they made. It's not a decision that the nurse made. As far as why these medications never made them to the other floor is because she was intercepted by her supervisor to take a urine drug screen. But for being asked to give the urine drug screen, those medications would have gone to the patient's new floor and new room. Ms. Greer has not violated either the letter of the regulations, the law, or the spirit of it. And most importantly, I think she's demonstrated what she's done was for the safety and health and care of her patients, which should be a priority regardless of what a policy may say. She needs to take care of the patients because that is the standard. So we ask that the board find her innocent of all charges.
That would conclude the hearing in the matter of 2024-0113, Randy Greer. This time I'll entertain a motion to go in closed session.
I'll make that motion.
All in favor? Any opposed? The board is now in closed session. I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session for the purposes of deliberations on issuing an appellable order of the board pursuant to 254174D.
I'll make that motion. Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? The board now is in executive session and will deliberate. Okay, we're back on the record. I will announce the board's decision. The board deliberated and after much deliberation finds licensee to be not guilty on charge 1, guilty on charge 2 and 3, not guilty on charge 4. The board's order will be fine $500 to be paid within 180 calendar days and a formal reprimand. A formal order will be issued within 45 days from today. Any questions? Thank you. That'll conclude this matter.
Do you, you want the,
The license number, they're all listed. We can do the license number. License number be fine.
okay, you ready? We have an ASP for license number P dash 338755. An ASP for R dash 896961. An ASP for R dash 891138. An ASP for R dash 906983. R dash 707813. R dash 323481. Another ASP for endorsement applicant number ANDR dash LDABCS. An ASP for license number P dash 340933. P dash 268383. Another one for R dash 924103. Next one is R dash 902052. And P dash 341440. 901926 CRNA. R dash 924076. R dash 872022. R dash 857131. R dash 923828. R dash 870838. R dash 905861 MP. R dash 915401. R dash 916902. And then 850440, an MP. And the last one we have was an addition, it's P dash 326313. I think that's all.
Looks like that's all on the. Okay, the board will take these up, while in deliberation throughout the next couple days. Next matter.
Ms. Page.
On the record for the next matter. Today's date is October the 7th, 2025. The time is 11:28 a.m. We are present in the office of the Mississippi Board of Nursing located at 713 South Hare Orchard Road in Ridgeland, Mississippi. The next matter called on the docket will be in the matter of Sean Page, license number R 863632, case number 2023-0802. My name is Pamela Ratliff. I'm a Special Assistant Attorney General, and I'll serve as the hearing officer in the matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to the evidence or testimony raised by the parties, to see to the orderly conduct of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable rules and law. Again, this is an administrative proceeding, so it's not a court of law, so the rules of evidence and civil procedure that govern trials in a court of law are not applicable. I may, however, use both as a guide, but am not bound by either. At this time, I'll ask the board's hearing panel for this case to introduce themselves for the record.
Janelle Moody, RN.
Sandra Culpepper, LPN.
Janie Clanton, RN.
There will be no alternate for this matter. Dr. Daphne is sitting in as an observer. She will not deliberate in the matter. She will only listen as an observer and will not assist the board with their deliberations or ruling. I'll ask the attorney for the board to introduce themselves at this time,
Brandon Walker.
and the licensee present. Ms. Page, if you'll pull that closer to you.
Sean Page.
Thank you, Ms. Page. Ms. Page, I see you're here by yourself.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have an attorney?
No.
Okay.
Do I need
Just drag it closer to you.
No.
Okay. Before we proceed, then I'm going to ask you some questions. I know you've been here today and you've been listening, so you're probably familiar with the questions I'm going to ask you. Since you don't have an attorney, you understand you have the right to have an attorney represent you today?
Yes.
You understand you have a right to present witnesses to testify on your behalf?
Yes.
You have a right to present documents or evidence on your behalf?
Yes.
You understand you have a right to cross-examine or question witnesses during the hearing?
Yes. Maybe.
You just need to be closer to her, I think. You understand that you had the right to have subpoenas issued by the board on your behalf to compel witnesses to testify on your behalf or to have documents produced on your behalf?
Yes.
And you understand due to the severity of the charges pending against your license, that the outcome of today's hearing could result in an adverse action on your nursing license?
Yes.
And understanding all this, is your desire to proceed today without an attorney?
Yes.
Ms. Page, do you have any witnesses that's going to testify on your behalf?
No.
Are you going to testify today? You will.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Walker, do you have any witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor, I have two. I have Ms. Tawanda Jones and Dr. Priscilla Burks.
Okay, if I could have the court reporter swear in all the witnesses.
Only swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, we would request to submit into evidence B1 through B11.
Ms. Page, have you looked over those exhibits B1 to B11?
Yes.
Do you have any objection to those exhibits being offered today? No objection. Hearing no objections on those will be admitted as marked. Any other preliminary matters?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Page, this is a disciplinary hearing, so the order of the proceeding will be as follows. Both sides may make opening statements. Again, opening statements are persuasive, they're not evidence. So don't put your case in chief in your opening statement. Let's just kind of give a little summary of what you expect the testimony will be. Then it's the board's burden of proof, so the boards will go first, board's attorney will go first with their witnesses. You may cross-examine any witnesses testifying on behalf of the board. Once the board rests, it's your time to put your case on. You may call any witnesses you have. You may testify on your own, and the board's attorney may cross-examine you at that time. The board hearing panel may, cross-examine or question any witness. Once all testimony is completed, the matter will be closed and we can hear closing arguments at that time. Again, persuasive, the board will make their closing statement, a brief summary, and then you can make a closing statement if you desire. The board will then recess and deliberate and will render their ruling. All right, any questions? All right, we'll go forward then. Mr. Walker, if you'd like to make an open statement, you can proceed.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Just briefly, today you'll see evidence that Ms. Page was practicing out of scope by administering IVs without patient-specific orders and by making medical assessments outside the scope of an RN. The evidence will include posts that will show Ms. Page administering these IVs both to others and to herself. And in the evidence today, you will see that this is not an acceptable standard of practice and that she is guilty of the violations in the complaint as charged. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Page, would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes. So the business that I was running was Aqua Pure Drip Bar. And I went through a company to get a collaborating physician, which I did, and he was allowed to practice in Mississippi. So with that company came standing orders for IV hydration. So I don't understand how I was practicing out of scope if I had orders to give them medications and I gave them. I assessed my patient, I did like a health history, gave the drip, filled out the form, sent it in to the physician, and he signed off on it. That's it. That's all I got.
All right, and Ms. Page, I forgot to ask you, did you have any exhibits that you wish to introduce? No, okay. All right, Mr. Walker, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. First call, Ms. Jones. Ms. Jones, for the record, will you state your name and your current place of employment?
Tawanda Jones, the Mississippi Board of Nursing.
And how long have you worked at the board?
I've worked for the Board of Nursing for 7 years.
Can you state what you do here at the board?
I'm an investigator here at the Board of Nursing.
So you're familiar with the investigative process at the board?
I am.
We look at page 4 for me, and for the record, just state what that is.
Page 4, Exhibit B3 is a license verification for the respondent.
And can you tell us when that verification shows that she was first licensed in Mississippi?
Her license was issued on 5/4/2001,
And as what? What was she licensed as?
a registered nurse.
If you would next, go over to page 8 for me and just state for the record what that is.
Page 8 is the complaint.
And can you just sum up the charges in that complaint for us against Ms. Page?
Okay. Charge 1 is a respondent has negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet general accepted standards of such nursing practice. Charge 2, the respondent engaged in an unprofessional conduct as identified by the board and its rules, namely possessing, obtaining, furnishing, or administering drugs to any person, including self, except as legally directed. Charge 3, the respondent has negligently or willfully violated any order, rule, or regulation of the board pertaining to nursing practice. Charge 4 is the respondent engaged in an unprofessional conduct as identified by the board and its rules, mainly practicing nursing beyond the authorized scope of a licensee.
All right, thank you. Are there any facts, in that complaint that support those charges?
There are facts.
Can you can you summarize those briefly for us, please?
Yes, the respondent was a registered nurse, not a nurse practitioner. She was practicing outside of her scope of a registered nurse. She was administering IV hydration without specific orders and making medical assessment. The respondent owns and operates Aqua Pure Drip Bar. There were social media posts where the respondent is pictured along with several other individuals, and the post reads, early morning group drip before heading off to golf. Fun was had by all. Each guy received a Myers cocktail, 8 sticks done without a miss. Great way to start your day and get pre-hydrated. In another social media post, the respondent was seen with an IV in her arm, and the post reads, "Friday evening self-care, giving myself a custom drip, magnesium for muscle relaxation and improved sleep, B12 for much." No more of the post can be seen at that particular point.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jones. Let's start with page 25 in the exhibits that you have. And we just identify that for the record.
Page 25, Exhibit B7 is a business report from the Secretary of State for Aqua Pure Drip Bar LLC.
All right, and who's listed as the registered agent, excuse me, and the manager on here?
The registered agent is Sean Page. The officers and directors is Sean Page.
And I believe she just testified, excuse me, in her opening, she alluded that this was her business. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The next thing I'm gonna look at is on page 29. It's been labeled as B8. Will you identify that for the record?
Page 29, Exhibit B8 is a social media post from Aqua Pure Drip Bar in Hattiesburg. Do you want me to read it?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Early morning group drip before heading off to golf. Fun was had by all. Each guy received a Myers cocktail, 8 sticks done without a miss. Great way to start your day and get pre-hydrated.
What do you see in that post? In the pictures, I'm sorry.
The picture to the left is a respondent standing behind some, looks like IV bags. And in the second picture to the right is a group of people getting IV hydration drinks.
And based on what we just looked at, and as we stated earlier, this is the business for this Aqua Pure Drip. Was her business, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Turn over on page 30 for me. Can you tell us what you see here? All right, and identify that for the record?
Page 30 is another social media post for Aqua Pure Drip Bar in Hattiesburg, and it reads, "Self-Care Friday featuring the Stress Relief Drip. Remember to take care of yourself. We all have daily stress, and with this hot weather," and that's as far as I can read.
Okay. And then what do you see in that picture?
I see the respondent standing with, looks like a syringe in her hand.
Okay. Turn over, the next one, look at, it's on page 31. Just tell us what you see on that page.
Page 31 is another social media post with the respondents in the picture, and there's a IV started on herself, and it reads, "Friday evening self-care, giving myself a custom drip, magnesium for muscle relaxation and improved sleep, B12 for much," and that's as far as I can read.
And that's the respondent in the picture?
Yes,
Okay. And does it appear that she's giving herself an IV?
yes.
All right, and on the next two, I want to look at page 32 and 34. We just state for the record what you see on those two pages.
On page 32 and 34, these are social media posts for Aqua Pure Drip Bar. The one on page 32, it says, "Beat the heat and enjoy your 4th of July with a drip and sip." And it's a advertisement for a IV hydration party, drip and sip.
And on 34, what was the other one you said?
Yes, page 34 is another social media post, and it's a tent set up advertising the business, and it says, "Getting ready for Hub Fest. Come downtown and see us today."
So these are all IV hydration posts, is that correct?
Yes,
And in all these is Ms. Page advertising that she is the one giving the IVs?
yes.
If you look back at page 33, can you tell us what this post shows?
Page 33 is an Aqua Pure Drip Bar social media post. It says, "Start your weight loss journey today. My name is Sean. I'm the owner of Aqua Pure Drip Bar. I know the importance of," and then to the left, the two pictures to the left is semaglutides, and to the right, that's the respondent as well.
Okay. Now, at the time of this post, was semaglutide FDA approved for weight loss?
No,
Okay. And is it now, to your knowledge?
no, not to my knowledge.
Okay. So if you look on page 37, I'll let you get there. Do you see the bottom of that page right there
I do,
where it starts with our FDA approved products?
I do.
Does this indicate that their products are FDA approved in that last paragraph?
Yes, it says our FDA approved products and adherence to regulation and ensures the safety and effectiveness of this IV therapy.
If you will next turn over to page 46. For me. Can we just state what this is for the record?
Page 46, Exhibit B11 is a final order for Jessica Banks.
And are you familiar with this order?
I am.
Just give us an overview of the case. What was it similar to this?
This case was similar. She had a mobile IV hydration business.
And what was she doing?
She was going to various homes conducting IV drips on patients.
And was she also operating under standing orders?
Yes,
So that was similar to what Ms. Page has said she was doing, correct?
that's correct.
All right, and on page 47, do you see the charges there?
I do.
The board panel agreed on this order that she was guilty of these charges, is that correct?
Yes,
And those are similar to the ones that are charged against Ms. Page today, is that also correct?
that's correct.
Okay. Let's look at page 51. We identify that for the record as well, Ms. Jones?
Page 51 is a final order for Brittany Davidson.
And what was Ms. Davidson doing?
Ms. Davidson, she owned an IV hydration business.
And she was also operating under standing orders, is that correct?
That is correct.
And on page 53, these charges that were against Ms. Davidson that she agreed to and the panel agreed to, are they similar to what Ms. Page was also charged with?
Yes,
All right, the last thing I'll look at is on page 58. Will you identify that for the record?
page 58 is a final order for Katie Gardner.
And are you familiar with this case as well?
I am.
And can you tell us what she was doing?
Ms. Gardner was operating an IV hydration business on standing orders.
Okay. And in the charges against her that she agreed and the panel agreed she was guilty of, were they similar, if not the same, as the one against Ms. Page?
Yes,
So based on what these three orders we've looked at, has the board determined that what Ms. Page was doing was not an acceptable standard?
yes, based on these three.
I have no further questions.
Page, do you have any questions for the board, please? Does the hearing panel have any questions for the board? Please?
Into the witness, Your
I call your next witness.
Honor. We'd like to call Dr. Burks, Your Honor.
Under oath.
Dr. Burks, would you just tell us your name and your current place of employment for the record?
Priscilla Burks. I'm employed with Mississippi Board of Nursing.
And how long have you worked here at the board?
5.5 years.
And are you a licensed nurse as well?
Yes,
How long have you been a licensed nurse?
over 25 years.
And you also have your doctorate, is that correct?
Yes,
So is it fair to say you're familiar with the scope of practice of an RN?
I am.
All right, the first thing I'm gonna look at is on page 17, I believe. And can you just tell us what this is, this exhibit is on page 17?
On page 17, this is a part 2830 of the administrative code. And it talks about the practice of nursing, and chapter 1 gives the function of the registered nurse.
Okay, can you tell us what rule 1.1 says?
Rule 1.1 is accountability, and it says the RN shall be responsible and accountable for making decisions that are based upon knowledge, competency, experience, and the use of the nursing process. B, knowledge of and compliance with the laws and regulations governing the practice of nursing in Mississippi. C, practicing within the scope of practice as established by the board and according to general accepted standards of practice.
Okay, thank you. So according to what you just read, the rules that have been properly promulgated by the board and approved, it is the responsibility of the RN to practice within her scope, number one, and to also know the rules that govern that practice. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Can you first, I guess we'll start here with that basis. Is an IV a prescription?
Yes,
Okay, so can an RN make a determination if a prescription is needed?
no,
So in order to do that, you would need a provider to have an order. Is that correct?
correct. Need a healthcare provider's order.
And are those typically based on a patient's needs or what the patient wants?
It is the need, the medical necessity.
Turn over to page 29 for me. And so based off what you said, a standing order, is that considered an acceptable practice?
No,
On page 29, do you see any issues with this post that we're looking at here? I believe it's already been identified.
on page 29, the post appears to be within a home, and it shows supplies that are set up. One of the concerns with that is, and looking at it, is the safety and sterility. FDA have rules and regulations in terms of a setup for any medications that are done, because you always want to think about the risk of a person having an infection or getting an infection from any type of setup.
And based on this post, it says this is a great way to start your day and get pre-hydrated. Does this post give you some concern?
Yes.
Can you tell us what about that concerns you?
Well, it says a great way to start your day and get pre-hydrated. And it also says that the person received the Myers cocktail. Again, when you look at this, is there any identifying information or requirements that would say that a person actually needs to be pre-hydrated? And also with the person receiving a Myers cocktail, exactly what is in there. Because again, FDA has regulations in terms of what nurses can put to a bag, and it goes into a different set of rules and regulations that fall outside of the scope of an RN.
Okay, thank you. And what about this post on page 31 that was looked at earlier as well? Does this concern you as well?
Yes,
What about that one?
it says Friday evening self-care, giving myself a custom drip. Although the individuals in the RN still acts under the onus of orders from a healthcare provider. So orders would have been needed in order to administer an IV. Also, it has magnesium for muscle relaxation and improved sleep, B12 for much, and the rest of that is not there. Then you get into FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, when you're saying that drips are supposed to do certain things because they require you to have proof that those things actually can occur, evidence-based proof that those things are going to occur.
Okay. So let's look at one more, because this one on page 32 says, this one says a custom drip, and the post mentions add-ons and also a percentage off. Can you talk to us about compounding and what is considered to be compounding?
Compounding is the process of mixing and altering medications for a specified use for an individual. When you look at compounding, again, that falls under the FDA. And FDA is very specific in terms of who it can compound. And in doing compounding, those things must be done under specific guidelines in terms of having a hood to do those things and who can, again, do them. And according to the FDA, the individuals who can compound are pharmacists and physicians.
So not an RN.
No, not an RN.
All right, so this will go back to 2830 we looked at earlier in the code about accountability and responsibility. Is that correct?
Correct.
So we talked about IVs a little bit earlier, and what should be done. Can you tell us what should be done before an IV is even given?
Before administering IV, first of all, from a provider side, you need an HMP to see if there's a need there. Then look at your labs. Are there labs done to say this person needs this? Because when we're looking at IVs, you're talking about an invasive procedure where fluids, mixtures are going into a person. Once they start, you cannot take those things away. So again, those labs play a vital component, because when you're looking at the labs, you're determining again the need. Medications are metabolized oftentimes in the liver. They're excreted in the kidney. So if you're giving these medications, if you're giving IVs, do you have an AST and ALT to check the liver enzymes? Do you have a BUN, a creatinine, to see how well those kidneys are functioning? And then again, for example, magnesium is an electrolyte. So do you have a panel? Have you done a BMP, a CMP to see that there is an actual need for these substances?
So and in your 25 years of being a licensed nurse, is it a generally accepted standard of practice or a general practice, let me put it that way, to get labs when a patient is going to get an IV?
Yes, you're gonna get lab work.
And would you also make sure that those labs have been done before you administer an IV?
Yes, because they're gonna drive what that person receives and what is placed in there. Because if anything is placed into, well, the base fluids, or what we call base fluids, that is a medication. For example, normal saline, you give a normal saline, that's sodium and chloride. Again, do you have labs to support that person needs that sodium chloride? If magnesium is added, potassium, do you have support to say that individual needs those things? And if people say, well, they're all good, things can be good, but in an abundance, they can be bad. Adding things without the labs, you can cause a person to have arrhythmias. You can cause a person to go into overload. So all of those things need to be taken into account. The setting does not change the scope of practice, nor does it change the expectations.
Okay, so based on that too, let me ask this, would an emergency setting be any different than versus somebody set up in a clinic doing an IV?
In emergency, you're gonna have that patient, you're gonna have a physician there who are a healthcare provider that is providing you a physical assessment of what's going on, but at the same time, they're gonna be ordering things set. They're gonna be looking at labs, so if any adjustments need to be made, they can be made in that setting at that time.
So in any of the posts that you've seen, do those appear to be any type of emergency setting?
No.
Can an RN make a physical assessment to determine if that patient should be administered an IV?
Nurses do nursing assessment, healthcare providers do physical assessment.
Can you tell us what would include a nursing assessment that an RN can make?
When an RN is doing an assessment, first of all, we start with the basics, with a set of vital signs. We need to have a baseline. Then we're looking at the individual systems. When you're talking about the systems, you're looking at their respiratory system, the integumentary system, the cardiac system, listening to their breath sounds, their skin, how is it feeling? Do you have any type of marks? Do they have any type of wounds? Those things are vital for the healthcare provider. However, the healthcare provider responsibility is to make that final determination. As nurses, we do nursing diagnoses. We can say a person has pain, that the healthcare provider, they're doing a medical diagnosis, which is they're going to determine the care and the treatment that that person receives.
Thank you, Dr. Burks. I have no further questions, John.
Okay, any questions for Dr. Burks?
No.
All right. Any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor, state rest.
Ms. Page, the state is rested now. It's your turn to put on any testimony you would like to put on in your defense.
I don't have any. I don't have any.
You don't have any testimony? Okay. Mr. Walker, would you like to question Ms. Page?
Yes, Your Honor, I have just a few questions. Ms. Page, can you tell the board just your educational background?
I have a BA in psychology from the University of Mississippi. I graduated in 1992, and I have an ADN from Pearl River Community College, and I graduated in 1999.
And where are you currently employed now?
I'm a private duty nurse.
Where at?
The company is based, I think, out of Flowood, but I work in Sharon. It's right outside of Laurel.
Okay. And how long you been working there?
Just since May.
Are you still doing the Aqua Drip Pure Bar? I'm sorry, Aqua Pure Drip Bar?
No,
When was the last time you operated that?
I think October 2023, I think.
So where were you at before you started with doing the private duty nursing?
I went back to travel nurse. So I was a travel nurse, and my last assignment before I stopped was in Des Moines, Iowa.
So why'd you quit?
Wait, what?
The travel nurse?
Oh, I don't travel all the time. I just wanted to be at home.
So what, any disciplinary issues?
No.
Will you look at page 29 for me, Ms. Page? And tell us just where this was at?
This was in my I converted my garage into my office.
Mhm.
So this was in my garage. And so these were the bags that I had prepared, and they were in the refrigerator till I was ready to go, and then placed in a cooler until I got to where I was going.
So, and these are all IVs. They appear to be IVs on the table. Is that correct?
Yes,
So this says they're all Myers cocktail.
yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
It's like a mixture of magnesium, calcium, vitamin C, and B12.
And you mix those up in the garage?
Yes.
Did you have a hood or Dr. Burks testified earlier about what's required to have that?
No, I did not.
You not have a hood. And you understand that as an RN, you're literally federally prohibited from compounding, correct?
No, I did not.
You didn't know that?
No, I did not.
But what you were doing was compounding, correct?
Yes, I understand that. That's what I was doing, but I did not know I could not.
What type of assessments did you do on these people that you were giving IVs to?
Just like a health history.
Can you tell us what that entailed?
Yes, if they had any allergies, height, weight, any medical history. And I think that was it for that.
Did you have any, I'm sorry, did you have any labs done? Or
No,
were there any vitals taken,
I think there were vitals taken.
but you're not sure?
I'm not sure if I did them on if I was just doing like a B12 shot. I don't think I did vitals on that, but on my drips, yeah.
So if you didn't do vitals, or I'm sorry, if you didn't do any labs, how would you know if they had some kind of contraindications or if they had any type of disease, or even if they were pregnant?
Well, I would ask if that was part of the health history, if they were pregnant or not. As far as if they had any, like if, I don't know, lab wise, I didn't know, because I did realize that in Mississippi, you had to do labs.
Well, I don't know if that's a Mississippi thing, but I think the question is a standard of practice. Let me ask this. You said you did a history, so they would tell you if they were pregnant. Do you think it's fair to say, obviously not in these, because I believe these are all guys, so, but if it was a female, they may not know they were pregnant?
I assume if they said they weren't pregnant, that they thought they weren't pregnant.
But you agree they could have been, correct?
Yes, they could have been.
And that would be a potential danger, is that correct?
It depends on what drip they were getting. They're just vitamins. So no, I don't think it would have been in potential danger.
In this picture, it says they all had Myers. Is that what they picked?
Yes, that's what they picked.
So you didn't have a specific order for anybody. They just picked what they wanted, correct?
Well, I understand now that you couldn't use standing orders, but there were standing orders. So if they picked a specific thing that was on the order list, and then I did my assessment, that's what they could have.
But they weren't specific to those patients, is what I'm getting at. Is that correct? They're,
No,
were you aware that that IVs were a prescription?
I was not.
You were not aware that they were?
Wait, when you say IV, what do you mean? Do you mean like an IV that goes in your arm? or-
Correct.
No, I've never known an IV to be a prescription.
On page 31, this is you, correct, in this picture?
Yes,
And you assessed yourself and gave yourself an IV, correct?
I did.
And you didn't have any specific order or anything, is that correct?
No, well, I didn't use the supplies like like the vitamin C, the B12. I didn't use the supplies that I specifically ordered for my clients. You know, you can buy stuff online, so that's what I had my own stuff. So this wasn't something that I needed to get him to sign off on because it wasn't stuff that I purchased from like a store. I'm not a store, like a pharmacy under his name.
So where did you get your stuff to do what you did to yourself? And this, on page 31, where did that come from?
The IV bag was, I guess it was part of supplies, but the mixtures I just ordered from, I don't know the name of it. I think it's like vitamin B12, like store or something like that. And so they have like, all of the vitamin C, B12, they have magnesium, they have like trace minerals. So that's why we're getting my stuff for myself.
So what was in this one on page 31?
Magnesium and B12.
So you would just take that and mix it yourself and administer it to yourself?
Yes,
How often do you think you did that?
maybe a couple of times.
You didn't see a provider or anything?
No,
So do you think, I'm gonna ask you this, based on what you've heard today, do you think that the assessments you were doing was beyond your scope as an RN?
I don't think they were being my scope because it was just a head-to-toe assessment. It's something that when I worked in the hospital, I would do. So it's something that in my business I would do. I mean, you have to have an assessment on someone that you're like treating. You just can't blindly go give them IV fluids.
But if you didn't have labs, you would agree you were blindly given IV fluids, correct?
No. Because I didn't know I needed to do labs, so I don't think I was blindly giving IV fluids.
So you didn't know you needed labs to give an IV?
No,
And how long have you been licensed, Ms. Page?
I've been a nurse for 24 years.
Let's look at page 32. This one talks about, says add-ons can be discounted if conditions were met, correct?
Yes,
Okay. So if you're adding stuff to that IV, you agree that you were compounding, is that also?
yes.
And on page 34, were you just giving out IVs to whoever walked up to this tent? Or can you tell us about that?
I didn't make any money. I didn't make any money. I think I gave a B12 shot and that was it.
Is what we're seeing here is the tent, and it looks like there's a sign up right there. Is that what essentially your menu of stuff you had?
Yes.
And you didn't bring did you keep medical records or anything like that? For these patients?
Yeah, everything that I filled out and faxed in that need to be signed, yes, I kept records. I sent them to the board.
I don't believe we have any of those.
You don't have any of those? It was like, it was, cause it came on a subpoena. And it said I had X amount of days to get them in. I copied them all and I sent them out on a Monday.
Is this what you're talking about here on page 45? It's B10. This appears to be where you are ordering.
No, this is, no. Cause I couldn't, I can't see what, I left my glasses, but, I thought that this was like, stuff that I had been, yeah, stuff that I've been ordering. But no, I sent the assessments, I sent the, like the standing order form that I filled out. I would upload that, the doctor would sign off, and then I would print it off and put it in the file. So everything I sent had a doctor's signature on it.
Well, would you agree that based on what we've looked on today, because have you seen the orders, I believe we looked at earlier that were testified to? Would you agree with me that you were practicing outside of scope for an RN?
No, I don't understand how I was practicing outside of scope. I wasn't, what was I doing that was making me outside of the scope? I wasn't practicing as an MP. All I was doing is just a regular, assessment.
You also stated, well, you stated earlier that you had a collaborating physician, correct?
Yes,
Are you aware that RNs don't have collaborating physicians?
no,
So you can have an order from a physician, but you can't collaborate with a physician. You weren't aware of that?
no.
Let's see. So you don't think that operating under these standing orders, even though there was no labs, you didn't know if there were any labs, that you were doing an assessment, they weren't seen by a provider, you don't think you were practicing outside of your scope?
No, I do not.
No further questions, John.
Any questions?
Can you give me the name of the medical director that you were operating under?
His name was Dr. Nguyen. Nguyen,
Was he a licensed physician? in the
Yes.
state of Mississippi?
yes.
You mentioned standing orders, that you were operating under standing orders from him.
It's, I think so I think the standing orders was just a part of what the company, it's part of the company. So, they told you like what drips you could give, and it listed everything that was in the drip and how much needed to go in. So you print that stuff off and you put it in your,
Okay, so walk me through, when you were in your business, if a client was to come to you, how would you start them off? What would be the first process that a person would have to do to get your services?
So people didn't come to my house. I went to their homes so they would usually call, or they would like book a drip or something on the website, and then I would call them and I would say, well, we need to do like a history of
Okay.
whatever. So I would do my history.
How was that history done? Whereas, was it a form that they filled out over?
Oh,
the
yes,
internet, or
yes.
Was it something that you?
You could download it on the internet and fill it out, but 95% of the time it was done like in person, because people don't,
Had a paper form?
yes.
Okay. After they filled out that form,
Mhm.
then what was the next step?
The next step was usually to do the drip. I mean, I had a couple of people, like a daughter would call and you would get there and it would be like an older person. And I was like, I can't, I don't feel comfortable doing this. And then I just wouldn't do that person. Or, anyone like that was under 18, I didn't do, because I had a mom call and the daughter she thought she had food poisoning. And I was like, well, I'm sorry, I can't do anyone under 18.
So you would submit this, when would you submit the history to the doctor?
I wouldn't submit everything until I had done the drip.
Okay, so.
I would just upload it and he
it was- all of that was submitted to the medical director after you
Mhm.
completed. So trying to figure this out a little bit. So the person, you would go to the person, they would fill out a history, they would tell you what they wanted from what you, whatever menu you
Mhm.
had.
Mhm. Yes,
And then you would submit the drip and then you would let the doctor know this is what they've done.
yes,
So the doctor wasn't consulted at all before the initial drip?
no,
Okay. The cocktail, the Myers cocktail and the other cocktails that you mixed, you took the individual ingredients, placed it in the liter bag, correct?
yes,
The magnesium, calcium. And you're correct that those are a vitamin, but you do know that magnesium and calcium, both of them, and they have side effects.
yes.
So does normal saline have side effects?
I didn't think normal say, well, other than fluid overload, I didn't think,
It's acidotic. So everything that you introduce in the body could potentially be detrimental to a patient. Any other questions?
So the documentation that you did on them, where was it maintained? Did you keep any personally yourself on file?
yes, in a locked file cabinet.
Um, Other than the questionnaire, how did you confirm that they were eligible? Meaning, did you have access to an electronic health record?
No,
So you were going basically just
Yes.
off of exactly what they said? Was there any protocol in place in the event that there should have been an adverse reaction?
there was a protocol.
What was that protocol?
You had to have like an AED on site, call 911, EpiPen, just stuff that's in like a little emergency thing. It was just a list of stuff that you had to have, and then that's what I had in my. I took it with, so it was like in a bag, so I always took it with me.
Okay. Now, there is one thing that I noticed on, one of the, exhibits you had here on MSBN, page 37. And seeing that you had a provider that was overseeing you, correct?
Yes,
There is, at the very bottom, that last, paragraph was a pause of concern for me, so I would like you to explain this to me. It says, at Aqua Pure Drip Bar, our priority is your well-being. Our FDA-approved products and adherence to regulations ensure the safety and effectiveness of our IV therapy. However, please consult your physician before starting any therapy program, as the information provided on our website is for informational purposes only and is not medical advice. So based on what you've testified to today versus what I'm seeing here, that is two things that are contradicting. Can you explain that to me?
what's contradictory?
Well, of course, you're telling us that the provider automatically gave you standing orders,
Mm-hmm.
and they did not review any of that information, correct? Until after the IV therapy had been completed.
Yes,
However, on here, it's telling anyone coming to you for IV therapy to consult their physician. Did any of these people consult their physician before receiving this?
not that I'm aware of, and I think I was talking about the NAD in the paragraph before, because it has such, like side effects. Some people will get nauseous, vomit, fatigue afterwards, like cold or flu-like symptoms. So I think that's what I meant. But if you're looking at it and not seeing that, then yeah, I think you can consult your physician, but no one ever said that they consulted their physician.
So based on, and I'm just giving you from my perspective, if I were a consumer looking at this, it would look to me as if I need to go see my doctor and my doctor needs to let you know that I can have these things.
I don't think I don't think I meant that they needed to go. that's not what I was saying. I was saying if they wanted to, cause some people want to, see their doctor and say, well, I'm thinking about starting to get, IV hydration or something, and then, just have that conversation. I wasn't saying that you had to go see your doctor. At least that's not what I meant.
And so, and following up on that same
Mhm.
sentence that's there, as the information provided on our website is for informational purposes only and is not medical advice. So seeing that you were given medication,
Mhm.
how was this not a medical, I mean, it was a medical procedure, correct?
I just don't think I thought of the business like that. So no, I didn't think it was a medical procedure. I just thought it's like a wellness spa. You feeling like you're sluggish or whatever the case may be, and you just came in to get a drip. So did I think of it as a medical procedure? No, I did not. And I'm just being honest, I did not.
I understand. And so, and you relate it to a spa,
Hmm.
correct? So when we go to the spa, let me ask this. Do they typically do invasive procedures?
If it's an IV hydration spa, yeah. I mean, not. I mean, if you're going for massage, that's different than if you're going to, you know, a lot of them offer IV hydration now, regular spas. And yes, so it is an invasive procedure.
So did you research this company before you decided to go on this endeavor with them?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and so what did you find out about it? Just out of curiosity.
I it seemed well, I had set up after I got I did my business license and stuff before I found, you know, this company. When I found them, I called and set up a time to like do an interview on the phone, and I think it was like maybe 2 or 3 days later. And so, I talked to him. I told him this is what I wanted to do. How did their company work? Was there did they have positions that could practice in the state of Mississippi? And I just like what they had to say. So, and they did have someone that could, practice in the state.
And so when you did that, they gave you the information of how their company works, correct?
Yes.
So did you take that document and your scope of practice or administrative code and compare the two and how it would have impacted you as a nurse?
No. You talking about for Mississippi?
Mm-hmm.
No, I did not.
Is that something you should have done?
Apparently, I should have.
And you made a statement, about who gave you the orders.
Yes.
Who gives you the orders, the company or the provider?
No, I think like when you go on to, because you have to sign up and they have a special website, not that anyone can just get into. So when you go on there, they have your list of orders. So I would assume that was a company, but the physician works for the company, so he's aware of what the standing orders are. And you can talk to the physician at any time if you're like having issues or stuff like that. So when I gave my drip and I used the standing order, filled out the form, I would just upload it and he would sign off on it.
At any point during your business endeavor, did you ever speak to the provider?
Uh, Through chat, I did speak to him several times, not on the phone.
So you never personally spoke to them or interacted with them?
Not till maybe like November of 2023 is when he called me because I guess he had gotten subpoenaed or something by his board. I don't know who. It must have been the doctor. So I mean, it must have been what I'm saying, his board. And so I talked to him a couple of times then.
So based on what you just told me, were you aware that that physician had any other issues under his Board of Medical Licensure?
No, because when I pulled his license, I didn't see no any disciplinary action because I had to have his license in order to sign up for like the pharmacies and stuff. So I didn't see anything.
And the last question I have for you is it's pretty simple. if in any other healthcare setting, would you ever on your own choose an IV fluid to give without the physician's order?
No,
So why, explain to me why you felt comfortable doing it in this situation?
because in this business, it's not set up that like normal saline, because that's all you use, or lactated rings. I don't use that, but it wasn't set up that you needed, that was like a drug. So you didn't need, I mean, it was part of the standing orders because it would have like normal saline on there and then whatever medications you could give. So I didn't think that, I don't, I don't understand. I understand what you're asking me, but didn't think that I was doing anything wrong because I was using the standing orders. So everything that entailed the drip was on the standing order. You understand what I'm saying? Okay.
The last thing I'm gonna ask you, and I'm gonna let you,
Mm-hmm.
would you do anything different?
Not start the business. Yes, because I didn't know half the stuff that I should have known. Mm-hmm.
Just have one question. Whenever you were doing your assessments and collecting medical history,
Mhm.
Was there ever anything that would give you pause or make you think twice about administering these IVs?
Well, like I said, when I showed up to the lady that called for her dad, he was like an older man, and he had like congestive heart failure. Well, I'm not going to give him an IV because I don't want to throw him in the fluid overload or anything like that. So I just explained why I was not going to do it, and I didn't. So if someone had kidney issues, if they put that on their health assessment, I didn't give them an IV. It was pretty much, young, healthy people, or you healthy from the outside that had pretty much no medical history. If it was medical history, it was maybe women, it might have been like fibromyalgia, or they were taking like estrogen or something. But I didn't have anybody that had like any kind of lung issues, kidney issues, liver issues, or anything like that.
But if there ever was a question, I know you said that you didn't talk to this provider on the phone. Did you communicate to them, hey, I have a patient here with this particular diagnosis. I have a question about whether or not they should receive this IV?
No, I just wouldn't give the IV. Yes, I wouldn't. Because if he'd have said, that's okay, I wouldn't have felt comfortable giving that to someone that's like 72 with congestive heart failure. So, and edema, I'm not gonna do it. So no, I didn't ask him what he thought about it. I just didn't give the drip.
Does this company know that you're here today?
Uh, n- uh, no, because when the physician said that he had to go before whoever he went before, I had already like, stopped. And so I just closed it down. And then as a part of closing it down, I just stopped, you know, um, like using them. So I was just done.
So you actually closed your business before the state board of nursing alerted you to what was going on?
Yeah, oh, yes. I wasn't alerted about this. I received a subpoena in January, if I'm not mistaken, of, you know, I don't know, my years may be off, but I received it in January, and like I said, I had like 3 or 4, maybe 5 days to get it back. I copied everything and I sent it back, so I'm not for sure why nobody has it. It was every record that I had, everything that I've done, all my protocol, everything was in there. And then I got the little complaint maybe like in March of that year. But up to that point, I hadn't spoken with anybody. Somebody called me in October and said that someone complained about my business, and I think it was maybe like on a Tuesday, and they were supposed to come to my house, to my, little office on that Friday. And she called and said, I can't come, something came up. I'll call you to reschedule. And I never heard anything back until I got this in, March. So, no, ma'am.
And you have had, since you closed your business, you've had no dealings with the Aqua Drip?
No,
So that, did they offer, when you initially signed up, any type of legal support? When you were signing your paperwork, did they offer anything like that?
I'm sure there was something there about that, but I just, like I said, I just closed my business and I was just done with it.
Yes, Your Honor, based on some of the questions, Ms. Page, I'm not trying to beat a dead horse. I will make sure I understood what you said. Ms. Clanton asked you earlier the process, of how somebody would get to you. Is that correct? You remember that? And you said that they would essentially just come to you, and then if you did anything, you would send it in a provider. Is that correct? They didn't actually see the provider? Can you state that process for me one more time?
The person would see the provider?
Yeah, so
No,
how did that work?
no, they didn't see the provider. They would either book through the website or they would call me on the phone. They could either download the health history form and fill it out, but I usually just did it when I went to that person. And, so I filled it out. If they didn't have like any chronic conditions, they got their drip, and then I would send the paperwork, you know, the health history and then the drip, whatever drip I gave. I would send that to the physician and he would sign off, and then I would print it off and then put it in their file.
So there was the provider never really saw that patient, ever had any contact with that?
No,
Okay, I just want to be sure I understood that. And I guess the other thing I had a question about, two things really. Ms. Culpepper asked you about this on page 37 and your statement about, however, or not your statement, I apologize. This thing from your website, your company says, however, please consult your physician before starting any therapy program. If you understood that standing orders, it seems to be that you think standing orders are okay. Is that correct?
yes, I thought they were okay.
So why would you, I guess to Ms. Culpepper's point, why would they need to contact their physician before if you had an order?
They did, that's because that's not what I meant. I did not mean that every person had to go see their doctor. I mean, if you felt like seeing your doctor because maybe you're gonna try NDA or something like that, then you can do that. But no, that's not what I was implying.
So I guess based on that, would you say that a standing order would be okay for everybody in this room?
I thought a standing order to me is an order. So yes,
Would it be a safe order to follow through with, is what I'm getting at? So would everybody in this room be able to get the same thing safely without any vitals?
I did vitals.
I'm sorry, without any labs?
Yeah, because I didn't know I needed labs. So from where I was practicing from at that time, yes, because I would have still did a health history. And if, like I said, if they had a chronic condition or something, no, they wouldn't have gotten a drip, but I did not know I needed labs.
The other thing I have, so I think this came up earlier. When did you order all the IVs or your supplies? How did you order those and when?
I ordered those, well, I ordered them as well. You know, you want to have supplies on hand before you even start doing something. So that's when I initially ordered them. And then as supplies would start to run out, I would just reorder.
So you were kind of acting as a pharmacy, correct?
Sure.
So what'd you do with that? You said you shut down your business. Where are all those supplies now?
Well, they're gone because I threw away everything. If it was like vitamin B, B12, just pull it up in a syringe and squirt it, into the sink. And IV fluids, I would just puncture them, let them run out, and put the bags in the garbage. That was it.
So you don't have any more?
No,
And you said earlier you didn't think you were practicing out of scope, but you agreed with me that you were compounding, correct?
yes,
That's not within your scope.
it's not within my scope. But at the time, I did not know I could not. So If you need me to say I was practicing outside of my scope, then yes, I was.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Do you have anything you wanted to clarify, Ms. Page?
No.
All right, this time, no further witnesses.
Stay rest.
I'll entertain, you have no witnesses, right, Ms. Page?
No.
I'll entertain closing statement.
Thank you, Your Honor. Today you've seen evidence that Ms. Page was clearly practicing beyond her scope as an RN. She was performing assessments beyond the scope of an RN, compounding, which is federally prohibited, she's prohibited from doing. And she was doing all this after being licensed for 20 years. She stated today she did not know that she needed labs to do IVs or that IVs were prescriptions. On itself, according to 2830, this is a violation of its rules. Not only have we proven that she's guilty of every charge against her, we've also presented evidence by the board action and past rules that show there's precedent that what she was doing was outside of her scope as an RN. And because of this, we would argue that she is clearly guilty of all the charges in the complaints. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Page, would you like to make a closing statement? No? Okay. This will conclude the testimony in this matter at this time. I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session.
I'll make that motion.
One second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, we are now in closed session. I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session for the purpose pursuant to Mississippi Code annotated 2541-74D to conduct deliberations on issuing an appealable order of the board.
Make that motion.
A second.
Okay, we're back in the record, and I'll announce the board's deliberation findings. In the matter of Sean Page, case number 202308006. The board deliberated and found Ms. Page guilty of all counts. And they have ordered the following: formal reprimand, fine of $500 to be paid within 90 calendar days from the date of the executed order. 10 legal aspects of nursing course, 180 calendar days, ethics course, scope of practice course, medication administration course, compliance affidavit. You'll need to meet with the compliance officer. You'll need to maintain a current and active nursing license. Also, they want present and future employer notification of the order. All of this will be rendered into a final order and will be provided to you within 45 days.
That's a question. So,
When I said I was notified, in March, after I was notified, maybe like a couple of days later, I got this APS thing that was exactly the same thing, and it was denied. So what's the difference? I mean, why was it denied then, but it's the same now?
The board has deliberated, heard the testimony today, and has rendered their decision. This is what they're ordering. The other was an agreement that you would enter into. This hearing panel has decided for this order.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, any further questions?
No, ma'am.
That'll conclude this matter.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Courses are going to be legal aspects of nursing course, ethics course, scope of practice course, medication administration course.
Okay, thank you. All right, thanks.
We're ready to proceed to the next matter? Yes. Okay. Good afternoon. Today's date is October 7th, 2025. The time now is 1:49 p.m. We are present in the office of the Mississippi Board of Nursing located at 713 South Pear Orchard Road in Midland, Mississippi. On the matter on the docket, in the matter of Carrie Achella, license number R888124, case number 2024-0852. My name is Pamela Ratliff. I'm a Special Assistant Attorney General, and I'll serve as the hearing officer today in this matter. My role during the hearing will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable rules and laws. This is an administrative proceeding and not a court of law, so the formal rules of evidence and civil procedure that govern in trials in a court of law do not apply. I may, however, use both as a guide, but I'm not bound by either during the administrative proceeding. At this time, I'll ask the board hearing panel to identify themselves for the record.
Janelle Moody, RN.
Sandra Culpepper, LPN.
Janie Clanton, RN.
There will not be an alternate for this matter. Dr. Baskin will be observing only, will not sit in on the deliberations or participate in the findings of the board. Will the attorney representing the board please introduce themselves for the record?
Alexis Morris.
All right, and is the licensee present?
No, she.
Was the licensee provided with notice?
Yes, she
What
was.
time was her hearing? What time was her notice to be here?
Her notice was scheduled. The licensee was sent her first notice of hearing on or about April 2nd, 2025. It was noticed for Tuesday, October 7th, 2025 at 8:30 a.m. The licensee did in fact receive that notice. It was delivered on or about April 7th to her residence in Gulfport, Mississippi. The licensee, for some reason, was sent a second notice of hearing on or about June 19th, 2025. That notice contained a date of Tuesday, October 7th, 2025 at 8:30 a.m. The licensee did in fact receive that notice. It was delivered to the address on or about June 24th, 2025 in Gulfport, Mississippi.
And the address that was sent to us, the address on file with the board? Yes. And you've not heard from the licensee requesting a continuance or from today's matter?
No, we have not. And we also checked and she had not signed in as of 1:45 this afternoon.
And you checked the revenue, you do not recognize her here?
Correct.
Okay. It appears the licensee was provided with statutory notice of today's hearing in accordance with the rules and regulations and the statutes. And it's not provided the board with any reasons for her absence or requested a continuance from the hearing today. We'll proceed with the hearing in her absence. Do you have any preliminary matters?
Yes, we would ask that exhibits B1 through B6 be entered into the record as evidence.
There being no objection, exhibits B1 through B6 will be introduced and marked accordingly. Or to proceed with an opening if you would like, or just proceed with your testimony. Do you have any witnesses?
Yes, I would ask that Investigator Dwayne Jameson be sworn at this time.
Would Ms. Court Reporter please swear me in?
I swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I will just give a brief opening. The Colorado Board of Nursing found that on or about April 12th of 2024, the respondent left in the middle of her overnight shift at about 11:05 without following the proper shift coverage and or clock in, clock out protocols for the facility. The board ultimately found that she abandoned her patients or the residents to whom she was assigned. As such, the Colorado Board of Nursing issued the respondent a letter of admonition. And today she is being charged with violating one provision of the Mississippi Nursing Practice Act. Pursuant to that authority, found in 73-15-29-1, this board panel has the power to take disciplinary action against the licensee as it deems fit. And so that's what we're prepared to produce and submit into the record as evidence today.
You may proceed.
I'd like to call Director Dwayne Jameson. And please state your full name again and your current place of employment for the record.
Dwayne Jameson, Mississippi Board of Nursing,
And how long have you worked with the board?
since March of next.
What capacity do you currently serve?
Currently the Director of Criminal Background Checks and Investigation.
So you are familiar with the investigative processes of the licensees of this board?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar with this case, 2024-0852?
Yes.
Okay, and if you would please turn to MSBN 2, which should be marked as B2, and identify that document.
Okay, this is licensure information for Ms. Akeelia.
Okay, and I'm not sure of Ms. Akeelia's pronunciation of her name, so I just wanted to state that for the record. And if it's incorrect, we do apologize. And when was she first licensed in Mississippi?
As an LPN, she was first licensed July 27th, 2000. As a registered nurse, she was licensed June 1st, 2011.
Would you turn with me now to page 7? And identify that document.
Okay, page 7 is a notice of hearing dated April 2nd, 2025.
Okay, and for the record, what is the date scheduled for that hearing?
Tuesday, October 7th, 2025 at 8:30 a.m.
Okay, now please turn to MSBN 10 and identify that document for the record.
This is a postal tracking note.
Okay, and what are the last 4 digits of that tracking number?
7355.
Okay, now if you would turn with me back to page 7, I would like you to compare those to the last 4 digits of that notice. And what, if anything, do you notice about those?
The last 4 digits are the same, 7355.
Thank you. Now, if you would please turn to page 11 and identify that document.
Page 11 is a second notice of hearing, and this notice is dated June 19th, 2025.
Okay, and does it contain the same hearing date listed as the original notice?
It does, Tuesday, October 7th, 2025 at 8:30 a.m.
Next page, please. Would you identify this document for the record?
This is a copy of the complaint.
Okay, and what are the sole charges listed, a sole charge or charges listed against Ms. Achia?
The charge is that the respondent had a license or privilege to practice as a registered nurse or a licensed practical nurse suspended or revoked in any jurisdiction.
Okay, and does the complaint list any facts to support that charge?
It does.
Okay, will you kind of summarize that for the board panel, please?
Yes, the fact listed here is that on or about July 2nd, 2024, the respondent was issued a letter of admonition from the Colorado Board of Nursing. The Colorado Board of Nursing determined that on or about April 12th, 2024, the respondent left in the middle of a shift without proper coverage and thereby abandoned her patients.
Okay. Now please turn to MSBN 15 and identify that document for the record.
15 is a copy of the letter sent to the respondent from the Colorado Department of Regulatory Agency.
Okay, and what is the date of this letter?
The date of the letter is July 2nd, 2024.
Okay, will you briefly summarize this letter? I know that you are familiar with it due to, the investigations, but do you mind summarizing that letter briefly?
Yes, basically, this letter states that it was their decision not to commence with formal proceedings against her privilege to practice in that state. However, they did determine disciplinary action in the form of the letter of admonition was warranted.
Okay. Now, aside from the information given, do they give any specifics regarding her leaving in the middle of the night, or is there anything other than what was already listed in terms of facts in that letter?
It basically does name the facility, but it was the same information.
Okay, will you name the facility for the record, please?
Okay, basically, it indicated that while she was employed as a nurse at Mount St. Francis Nursing Center in Colorado Springs, and it goes on to state that on about April the 12th, 2024, she left in the middle of her overnight shift.
So based on the contents of this letter, does this adequately reflect that Ms. Achilla has had some form of disciplinary action against her license in Colorado?
Yes,
So does the record adequately reflect that it substantiates the charge against the respondent in this case?
it does.
No further questions.
Questions? Any further witnesses?
No further witnesses. We rest at this time.
Okay. You can put on the closing if you'd like, or we can just.
Um,
It's with it.
just briefly. It has been established through clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Achilla is guilty of the charges outlined in her complaint. We presented unrefuted, clear and convincing evidence that the Colorado Board of Nursing did in fact issue her a letter of admonition after determining that she did in fact abandon her patients. Accordingly, we ask that this panel take whatever disciplinary action is necessary in this case. Thank you.
That will conclude the hearing in this matter. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session. I'll make the motion. I'll second. All in favor? No. Any opposed? We're in closed session. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to go into consecutive session pursuant to Mississippi Code annotated 2541-74D to conduct deliberations on issuing an appealable order of the board. Make that motion. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The board is now in executive. Back on the record in the matter, what's the number? House number 2024-0852, board is deliberated and have found licensee guilty of the counts. And their order will be to mirror Colorado's action, and they'll issue a formal letter of concern. That concludes the hearing in that matter. There being no more hearings on the docket, the board at this time will take up the ASPs and return afterwards.